We are live.
Thank you. Mayor, we are live on YouTube.
We are live streaming. I'm going to call this regular meeting of the governing body to order. It's 5:07 on my clock. We'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Councilor Chavez, the salute to the New Mexico flag led by Councilor Castro, and Councilor Michael Garcia will lead us with invocation and remembrances. Whoops. Please stand as you are able.
Saludo a la bandera del Estado de Nuevo México, el símbolo día y amistad perfecta entre culturas unidas.
I'd like to start tonight's remembrances just by making the statement that political violence in our country should never be accepted, should never be tolerated. And we as a country should always be willing to have conversations, especially in those instances where we do not agree with each other. I think it makes our country stronger. I also want to take the opportunity to remember all the lives lost 24 years ago on 9/11, whether they were in New York, Pennsylvania, or Washington, D.C. It was a tragedy that still has a deep impact in our country today. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Are there other remembrances tonight? Yeah, go ahead, Counselor.
I'd just like to offer in having the same line as Counselor Michael Garcia. Violence should never be the solution to solving issues. And I personally, I'm praying for that family. There should never be a time in this country where violence is used as a solution.
I would add my voice to this. It's a yet another sad day for the country when it comes to gun violence. We had a political assassination in Utah, Charlie Kirk, conservative activist who has been traveling all over the world, engaging with people, and under no circumstances should anyone be victim of political violence and assassination. He has young kids. We had 3 students at Evergreen High School, a few miles outside of Denver, who are now in critical condition, gunshots. There is far too much gun violence in our country, far too many will resort to violence rather than sorting out differences, our own abilities to come together. And let's please here in Santa Fe remember that that's never a solution, and that we extend our thoughts, our prayers, our concerns, our hopes for people who are now in pain from those horrible events, but also for people here in Santa Fe who are struggling on their own to make ends meet, try to overcome their own life's challenges. They deserve our help. We care about them all. Let's take a moment, offer prayers for everyone who is dealing with these issues and pray for an end to these violent activities of gunshots and assassination, whatever form, wherever it happens. Thanks, everybody. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Yes. Counselor Cassett? Here. Counselor Castro?
Presente.
Counselor Chavez?
Here.
Counselor Faulkner?
Here.
Counselor Lee Garcia?
Here.
Counselor Michael Garcia?
Present.
Counselor Lindell? Counselor Romero Worth?
Here.
Mayor Weber?
Present.
Everyone is here.
Thank you. Are there any changes to the agenda, Madam Clerk?
Yes, there are two changes to the agenda, the removal of 9M and 9V. 9M will be removed. We ask that it be removed so that it can go on the next agenda for ratification. And 9V mistakenly did not pass through Public Works, so it'll be
Quality of
returning.
life.
Quality of life. So it will be returning to quality of life, and we will need to put it back at quality of life and change the schedule.
And the letter you were saying is
Sorry, 9M and 9V is in victory.
victory. Thank you.
Motion to approve
As amended.
as amended.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So that takes care of that. And consent, Madam Clerk?
On consent, that leaves two items being pulled off of consent, 9T from Counselor Michael Garcia and 9X from Counselor Cassett.
Okay.
Motion to approve as amended. Second.
Is there any discussion? Could you call the roll on that, please?
Counselor Castro. Counselor Chavez. Counselor Faulkner.
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Lindell. Counselor Romero Worth.
Yes.
Counselor Cassett.
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Thank you. Having now approved the agenda, I would entertain a motion to flip the order of presentation so that the micro community report comes before the general plan update. I think just it'll be more likely to be abbreviated. We can move more quickly that way.
So moved. Second.
Any discussion or objection? Could you call the roll on that agenda flip for me, please?
Counselor Faulkner.
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Lindell. Counselor Romero Worth.
Yes.
Counselor Cassett.
Yes.
Counselor Castro.
Yes.
Counselor Chavez.
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Thank you all. With that, Madam Clerk, then we can, I believe, go to our first presentation.
First presentation, 8B, Micro Community Engagement Event Report and Recommendations. And here to speak is Community Health and Safety Department Director Henry Hammond Paul.
Mr. Mayor, city councilors, I have a few hard copies of the report, if anybody would like that. And then also I did share via email the presentation, which is only a few slides. So I'll bring these up. Apologies if my voice is a little soft today. I'm a little under the weather, but so I'll jump in quickly on this. So this presentation is accompanied by a physical report, and which you all have had access to, and is on Civic Clerk as well. So much appreciated for the early review of the document. And effectively what the document does is it shares lessons learned and is a summary of the community engagement event that happened on July 1st. which was a really exciting event and one that we hope to continue to see throughout the city, both in the homelessness services space, but as well as in other divisions and departments. So counselors asked for community engagement, and staff responded and established an agenda for an event. And the goal of it was to build trust through inclusive dialogue and really to make it so that it wasn't just about giving people the opportunity to voice a singular opinion, but to have a dialogue about how we can move forward on a very complex and difficult set of issues together as a community. And the design of this session is important to highlight because it really was about having a structured dialogue that would lead us to an evidence base and provide information that staff could then use to continue down the path of pursuing micro-communities as effective pieces of the puzzle, not the only piece of the puzzle, but piece of the puzzle of how we are continuing to address homelessness and housing instability in our community. So the structure was not only about listening, but also capturing input from the community. And again, the outcome of that meeting was a very expansive set of notes that were both given by community members as well as captured from staff who are seated at each table, collecting and taking notes about the bigger group discussions. I want to take a moment to quickly recognize the city staff who helped put this event on. It was primarily put on in coordination with the civic clerk's office, but there were over 50 staff who supported the event in some odd capacity, whether that was in a very standard capacity of using the event space, but more importantly, another capacity that people supported from almost every division across the entire city was either being a facilitator at a table or being a note taker at a table. So we had at least 2 city staff at each table, and it was just a great show of support from city staff. So the format, just as a reminder, is we had it broken into 2 sections of the event. The first was a 45-minute educational presentation, set of presentations from some city staff, some community providers, some national experts. The city manager also provided opening remarks. And then we broke into roundtable discussions with a randomized selection of community members at each table, again, with city and staff facilitators. So there were over 200 registrants. I think we learned really importantly that there's a considerable drop off between people who register and people who show up. So we had about 130-ish, I think it was like 128 attendees, and all of the people who attended, their names are as an appendix in the in the report itself. And we saw a pretty broad representation from across the city. There were also people from the county. We did ask if you were in the city, if you lived in the city, and in which council district. So I have that data if folks are interested in seeing who registered for the event. And the cool thing is that this model is now being replicated for other types of engagements that the city is doing, because it does both things, right? It does, we let people hear and get their, 3 things. People can learn, people can provide opinions, but then people can also discuss. And that last piece was the thing that was really valuable about this, at least from my perspective as staff, because we got to be part of a conversation as opposed to just hearing snippets of people's thoughts. So, and this is all robustly detailed in the report. The report is structured to provide analysis of the each of the questions that we asked the roundtables to discuss. It was broken into 4 questions. We asked them about their hopes and concerns. We asked them about good neighbor policies and what are the kind of infrastructure that can facilitate and ensure the success of these initiatives. And then we also asked about what the city's role should be and how the city can guarantee and be a good partner in this work. So the report details an analysis, just very high level. I've included a few kind of synopses of what those findings were and the analyses were of people's discussions. So when it comes to hopes, the community really wants to see these things be safe and dignified. They want it to not be just a place where people go and stay, but a place that propels people into a next positive step in their life. They want it to be culturally sensitive. And folks did say that they, again, this is the folks who attended, but people did point towards wanting distribution across the city in terms of how these things, the micro communities are brought forward. In terms of crime concerns, crime and safety were key things that came up across all the tables. People were concerned about their property values. Do these micro communities diminish people's property value? People expressed concern about the city's ability to execute these well, and they also voiced concerns about transparency and the long-term sustainability of how these are maintained and managed. There was another question about kind of some of this infrastructure of how these things can be guaranteed, so to speak. We asked what micro communities could do to be good to neighborhoods, and then what neighborhoods could do to be good to micro community residents. Communities wanted micro communities to be clean, quiet, safe, and well managed. Community members who attended also said that as in their attempts to be good neighbors to the micro communities, they would want to welcome the residents, have opportunities to volunteer, get accurate information from those micro community residents, and then they also wanted to provide empathy. And then in terms of what the city should be doing, which was the last question that we asked members to discuss, people clearly articulated that they thought the city's role was to have transparent reporting, to provide and ensure quality services, to provide a clear roadmap for the city's homelessness strategy and the work that we're doing, and then also to work on all of the important big picture things that need to happen in tandem to micro communities. So making sure that we're working on affordable housing, these really big picture pieces of investment that the city needs to do to ensure that we're not just putting Band-Aids on issues. So out of these analyses come 6 recommendations that are summarized at the front of the report and described in detail towards the end. And just very quickly on these, responding to what we learned in the report, creating and sharing a clear plan, engaging the public early and often, formalizing good neighbor agreements, ensuring quality site operations and services, encouraging and facilitating community engagement and involvement at the sites. And then this one could be 12 recommendations in itself, which is tackle broader housing challenges in parallel. So just in terms of where we're at, so many of these recommendations are things that we are actively already pursuing, both in response to the engagement event from July 1st, but also there are some of these that we had been pursuing previously. And I think that points to the need for better and deeper communication from my department about what are the things that we're already doing. I think there's a lot already in the works, and sometimes one of our challenges is getting that information out to the public. And so in terms of creating and sharing a clear plan, I have the new Human Services Director will be starting on Monday, the 15th. And one of her first tasks is to help translate our already existing homelessness emergency action plan into a long-term action plan that can guide us for the next 5 years. In terms of engaging early and often, we actually ongoing at this very moment, we have a homelessness series. One event is happening in the convention center. It's co-sponsored by the city, the S3 group, as well as a handful of philanthropies, where we have monthly education opportunities and information series, bringing in folks to talk about what does an effective homelessness response strategy look like. We are working with counselors Chavez and Cassett to set up District 4 meetings for the Richards site. One of the challenges is always scheduling in this line of work. Getting everybody together takes time. There's ongoing engagement for potential future sites, and we look forward to working with counselors when those sites come forward and the discussions are ready to be had. And then importantly, again, thanks to the city clerk's office, I've been working with the communications team on updating our homelessness website, and we have a version that's going to go live this week, but then we also are going to be doing a whole rebuild and kind of thinking about optimizing it, not only just as a static information page, but something that you can access dynamically as someone who's either interested in learning about the topic or as someone who's looking to get access to services. Formalizing good neighbor agreements. This is already actually something that we have been working on with the Planning and Land Use Department to make sure that that is part of the requirement for micro communities, that it has a good neighbor agreement per the I don't know the name, the land use code, like general. Yeah, thank you. In terms of ensuring quality operators, we already have an operator that we're contracted with. That's the Lifelink, and we have that contract established already and funded. Encouraging community involvement. This is something that is we want to continue to work on. Things like creating opportunities for community art projects. I think a big thing that came out of the July 1st event was that we have a really creative community here. And how can we tap into that to make these feel like they fit and are part of our community? So working on something like a community design challenge. And then the last one, tackling the broader challenges in parallel. We had, I believe Monday was Fabiola's Chavez's first day here, who's the new Office of Affordable Housing Director. We're really excited to have someone in that role to be able to collaborate with and work on the really big challenges of affordable housing development in our city. Also, we have a handful of programs that kind of address these bigger challenges in our community. So the Connect program, we're going to continue to invest in that, and that deals with the social determinants of health. How do we make sure that we are treating the entire person in our community and not just one piece of challenge that they're experiencing, but instead looking at a whole individual. We've recently really worked to establish deeper partnerships with the state. The Department of Workforce Solutions is a key ally here, and we're looking to leverage funding from them. And then also, thanks to the governing body, we have been able to expand the capacity of the human services team to have 3 new program managers that we're working to hire now. So with that, I don't know if there are many community members here, but maybe folks online, just a quick plug. We have 2 more of the sessions for the co-sponsored event series. So if folks want to register, they can. The next one's on Friday, October 3rd, and then Monday, November 3rd. So at that, I'll stand for question.
Thank you. Let's just go down the line, see who has a question or comment regarding both the event and the report. Councilor Castro.
Thank you so much, Director. It was an amazing report. It was a great event. I'm really happy with the outcomes. I think that a lot of the things you said about our community being creative and being willing to be at the table are accurate. I don't have too many questions, just a lot of kudos. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Chuck.
Thank you, Mayor. I echo what Counselor Castro has said, and I think this model of the roundtable discussions really just emphasizes the knowledge and passion that our community has to be part of the solution. We just have to create more opportunities to have a platform to have those discussions. So I think this was great. The report was great. I also want to thank your team for the ongoing discussions you've had with District 4 and Counselor Cass and myself, and just creating the community engagement, which is something that was really important during those discussions, just ongoing involvement, ongoing transparency. And I sat with your team and I see that that is a priority. So I thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, Director. In the report, there's 6 recommendations that are made. The process that we used didn't really have participants vote on recommendations. Can you help me understand how we were able to synthesize the information collected at the meeting, which was probably thousands of comments, into 6 recommendations?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, thank you for the question. So there's a bunch of ways to use events like this and to collect information and analyze it and synthesize it. One thing that we did was we had note takers at the table collecting information from the discussion, and that was put on a big sheet of paper and documented, and I believe folks would see them documenting it and then acknowledge that that reflected the conversation. Similarly, we then had individuals have the opportunity to have in front of them a sheet of paper that they could write their own notes on and submit those to as a record. And we have that entire body of notes from the group. We had a staff person actually dictate all of those notes into a spreadsheet, so we have them verbatim as they were written. And then from there, so it's correct that we didn't have people vote on recommendations or anything like that. But in terms of the analysis that happened was we had my staff and the team read through these comments and pull out key themes that we were seeing. A pretty common practice when evaluating, large sets of comments or other such things. We see where are the common themes that people are saying. It wasn't biased towards trying to affirm one perspective or other. In that we wanted to equally elevate comments that were critical as they were supportive. A common methodology here is something called sentiment analysis, looking at large bodies of text to pull out how do people feel about things. So some analytical tools looking at the big picture, and then from there seeing, okay, what are the common themes that people are saying? People are saying that they are concerned about public safety. And from there, my team would then, as subject matter experts, look at ways that what are ways that we can address concerns about public safety, ensuring 24/7 security on site, which ends up as being one of the recommendations. So that kind of gives like a little bit of the flavor. So there is some normative analysis there in that we're interpreting our reading of the data.
Okay, thank you. Raised a question, isn't 24/7 security on the site already a requirement per the resolution? So just want to make sure I'm understanding the resolution.
Mayor, Councilor Garcia, that's correct. And importantly, again, these aren't meant to kind of confirm things that we think we are already doing. They're actually to affirm what people are saying. So people were saying they wanted security. Regardless of if we are doing it or not, we wanted to acknowledge that that was a recommendation that was voiced from people who attended the event. So there, the positive there is that there is a decent bit of overlap between things that people say they wanted and things that we had already been planning on doing, which I think points to, an area for improvement on my team, which is we need to do a better job getting the word out of things that we are saying are going to be part of this, because I think a lot of what we encounter is that there's misinformation or not complete information about some of the work that we're doing.
Okay, thank you, Director. I appreciate that. You had mentioned that for potential new sites, there's ongoing engagement. Can you help clarify what ongoing engagement is going on and what potential new sites are being
Yeah.
explored?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia. So there is no new site other than the Richard site. So that may be a little misleading, and I apologize if that came off that way. It's a commitment to make sure that we follow a similar process to what we're doing in District 4, which is working with counselors. If a new site does come through the process of a resolution similar to the Richard site, that we would pursue a similar set of engagements and work with counselors of that district in engaging the community around how we want to structure that site and so forth.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And then I guess last question. Thank you, Director. This is probably for the city manager. It was mentioned that the community engagement model is going to be used for Los Estrellas. This is the first I've heard of this. So if I don't need to get info now, but if I can get an update on when this meeting's planning on taking place, it sounds like there's already some.
That may have been my mistake. I was under the impression that there was a meeting that already occurred around Las Estrellas at the library. Is that correct, Director Montoya?
Point of information, yes, it happened. It was not a roundtable discussion format.
Okay, so that helps to clarify. Sounds like this process has not been used for Las Estrellas, and there's not and if there, I guess the comment is if there is plans, please let me know, because I want to make sure to be in attendance of that. Thank you. Many thanks to you and your team.
Sorry for a few of the
No worries, no worries.
C's there.
Good luck as you charge ahead on this important matter.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Faulkner?
I want to echo some of the things that were said by my colleagues, but I also want to commend you, Henry Hammond Paul, for your passion and the amount of work you're doing and the due diligence that you're doing. This is a super complicated issue and very politically charged issue. And I just appreciate all the work that you've put in and your willingness to work with us as counselors to be a team and solve this problem together. And I would also just urge the community, this is not a problem that 9 people can solve. It is a problem that all of us have to participate on. So when we're looking at micro communities, the larger community has to recognize that we are all going to have to take part of the lift. It is the only formula that works. And these micro communities are not as scary as they seem. They are well managed, their security, the people who live there are in a holding pattern until we can find them permanent housing, which means they're in a place in their life where they can sustain permanent housing. And so these are not, I know everyone is freaked out because of Pete's Place, but these are not that thing. And so I just urge the community to be mindful and empathetic, and that if we're going to solve this problem, it is going to take the community at large, and it's going to take the council and the mayor's office and all the departments in the city and nonprofits and our leaders who are in the state capitol and our leaders in the county and our leaders nationally. This problem is not a city council solvable problem. Everybody has to step up. Everybody has to be empathetic, and everybody has to do their job. And the citizenry of Santa Fe, I know they're frustrated, but they have to help solve the problem. We are all every district has to take a part of this. District 1 is taking all of it right now. And that is unfair to District 1. And so I know for my part, I am working with Counselor Lee Garcia, and I've even worked with Counselors Chavez and Cassett, because our districts kind of overlap a little bit in the way they function. And we are looking for spaces that are appropriate. But our constituents need to know that for this problem to be solved, they are going to have to participate.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Mayor
Thank you, Mayor. Director, I just want to thank you and your team for the work. This has been considerable, big lift and important work. So I thank you for that, and please extend that to your team. Do want to correct my colleague. District 1 is not taking all of it. District 2 actually has the only micro community that is currently working, is currently set up. So just want to give a plug for District 2. Go team. Thanks.
Sorry, Counselor.
Thank you. Counselor Cassett.
Thank you so much, Mayor. I mean, on that note, there are other different homeless services operating throughout the city. District 4, obviously, we have the new site coming up on Richards, but we also do have Consuelos, which I actually think really highlights the point that Councilor Faulkner was making around this. Not everything is Pete's, because there are a lot of these various organizations providing services that do not cause the same attention challenges as we saw with Interfaith. As you know, we still experience on the Cerritos Road corridor. So I appreciate the fact that sometimes it gets forgotten or overseen that Interfaith, or now Agape House, sits within District 1. But we do have so many other shelters that are operating right now that are not impacting the community in the same way. And I know we've talked for a long time about looking at what is working in the community. Consuelos, of course, as we have noted before, started as a I don't want to say happy accident, because COVID was not happy, but it was a product of a necessity of COVID. And while it also, assisted with decreasing the spread of COVID among the unhoused population, lo and behold, when you give people their own spaces, it is a much better service model. And so we really have been able to grow from that. I also want to extend my gratitude for the work that you and your team do. This is a complex issue. If it was easily solved, it would have been solved already. And we are not unique in our challenges with it. And again, how we look at where we've had successes, where other communities have had successes, I mean, that's really been beneficial here. And of course, the micro community model is one that we look to our neighbors to the north primarily initially to replicate here. And so far, we have one site that's been successful, and I look forward to others. A couple things that I'm really excited about. One is the effective use of qualitative data analysis, because I've discussed that in the past about as something that is necessary for a lot of the topics that we engage with. And I do think this is very timely because, as was mentioned, this is a model that has been successful, that we want to replicate. I think it was Councilor Chavez that brought it up at the Quality of Life Committee meeting when I was talking about the budget resolution that is coming up. How do we engage the public? I believe it was Councilor Chavez that harken back to this model and how successful this model was. And so I will encourage that whoever is running the roundtable discussions around the budget process to collaborate with your team and to make sure that there is somebody that does have that experience in qualitative data analysis that I know you do. And that I really appreciate seeing well utilized in our community or in our city processes. The other thing, you've pointed it out, but I do think it is important to note that you were on the right path. We have a very professional staff they are subject matter experts in these areas. They have a lot of experience. They have a lot of knowledge, and they bring to the table an invaluable source of information as we move forward with this. And I think that this has been one of our constant conversations. How do we both bring forth the subject matter expertise of our staff? Because quite frankly, throughout the city, we have some incredibly talented people. And then how do we then have these discussions with the public in a way that both help us refine how we tailor specific aspects to the city of Santa Fe, make sure that we are communicating, but also it acts as a really nice check to know, okay, this thing that we thought was a good idea, as we are hearing it back from the community, this thing is a good idea. And we better make sure that one, we deliver on it, and two, that we continue to check in, make sure that it is operating as it was envisioned for the community. But that constant challenge of how we figure out how to get information out. And that has been hard, as I've discussed in the past. I've had conversations with constituents who are like, well, we didn't know about this. I was like, well, did you read the New Mexican? No, I don't read the New Mexican. Did you follow us on social media? I'm not on social media. Did you sign up for our emails? No, I don't get your emails. I don't want to get your emails. I have too many things in my inbox. And so I think that in this, kind of age of so much communication that gets a little scattered, how we continue to let people know what is happening, but also the opportunities, such as the roundtable discussions and how we get that information out. And I think that that is something I want to continue to hear about from departments as they, take part in different community engagements. What worked? What helped to get information out when we have something that's very successful? What do we think made it very successful to get the community to hear about it, to care, to show up? And how do we start to meld these different techniques? Because I think that that's going to be crucial. So, I guess I have one question. I apologize. I forgot I had it. Are you, some of these events that are co-sponsored, with S3, are these other opportunities to continue to gather information, gather data?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Cassett, called you, Madam Chair, to quality of life. I think they're not explicitly designed to,
Okay.
They're more one directional, if you will, in that we're bringing experts in to help with explaining some of the best practices, some of the challenges across a broad sector of issues related to homelessness. But it does bring up a great question that I'd love to think about, which is what are ways that we can have lightweight ways of getting information from residents, concerned folks. We have an astounding wealth of data that comes into constituent services. How can, my team, and we already work deeply with them, getting these inputs, but I'm not necessarily looking them in a big picture way. So I think
Got it.
it's a
Yeah.
great recommendation.
Yeah, and that makes sense. And I appreciate that. I think similar to has been mentioned, the community being engaged, being educated, and also us being very open with here's the challenges that we're running into, really allows opportunities for new ideas to come through. So I think that all of that is valuable as well. So thank you again so much for your work. Really looking forward to the community engagement process for Richards once we can finally get that on the calendar. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Director Hammond Paul, for the presentation. As my colleagues have just stated, I think it's important that we continue to support thinking outside of the box a little bit. Different than what we're just trying to do to address our issues day in and day out. We also have to be strong as leaders to say, okay, maybe this isn't working. And so again, as we go through the process of doing these different types of things, that we keep a good metrics on how things are working and what we're doing. And I think through that, once you produce, people will get more and more, they'll believe in it. And so again, to Councilor Falconer's point, it's not just 9 people up here or the staff working, it's the community to be able to engage in and seeing what we can do as a community. So that's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. Let me just make a few comments, two or three items. First, obviously, thank you for both the report, but even more importantly for what was a tremendously successful event. I think it was truly a community-wide effort. City staff showed up, but so did the community. And people, I think, left that evening feeling heard and engaged, but also informed because of the format and the ability of folks to be able to talk to each other and not have anybody from the city telling them how to think or how to talk to each other was really very refreshing. Direct neighbor to neighbor discussions. And I really think that made the night enormously successful. I also agree with the comment that was made by Councilor Faulkner. This report doesn't specifically say it, but I think if you look at the work that you and your team have been doing, there's clear evidence that while this is one of the most difficult challenges facing every city in the United States, we are making progress in addressing it on a variety of fronts. And it isn't just one thing. The micro communities never have been held up as the one solution that will solve all problems, but a part of a across the board approach that brings a lot of different resources to bear, including work in the area of mental and behavioral health, including finding more beds, creating more opportunities for people to get off the street, including things like the oases that we've heard about with Urban Alchemy, so people are not simply stranded on the streets during the day. It's all of the above, and it is more than not just what 9 people can solve, it's more than what just the city can solve. And so the fact that you're working collaboratively with the state in a variety of ways, including financial resources, is exactly what we need to be doing. Reaching out to more and more nonprofits and providers so that everybody has a hand in addressing the problem. Getting the county into the game in a very constructive way so that there are partners in micro communities and more. Reaching out to Espanola. What Espanola does when they close a shelter affects us directly. And it is a regional response, not just a Santa Fe City, Santa Fe County response. And it is also, I think, very much to your credit that you continue to tap into resources that go beyond Santa Fe. The expert you referenced who was there on a national level is Roseanne Haggerty, who is a MacArthur Award-winning expert on homelessness. She continues to take a direct interest in Santa Fe because she sees the work paying dividends, and we benefit from those relationships because they have knowledge and they have other resources and they can direct us to solutions or models that we haven't even explored or thought of. So the work that is reflected in this report and in the recommendations is really a microcosm of a much larger spreading series of activities, all of which lead me to believe that the effort is paying off. It continues to be the single most complicated and challenging issue in much of urban life because the people who are struggling with homelessness and their family and friends are struggling with other things as well. And friends and neighbors who are affected by their being homeless have a stake in it as well. So a long way of saying there are a lot of pieces that have to come together to make progress. And I think we're seeing that progress come from the work you're doing and the partners you're bringing along. So thank you very much for that. I don't know if you have any last thoughts, but this is a really helpful presentation. And I hope we continue to use this model and also to do more community outreach so that we hear more voices, people allowed to speak directly to each other.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I think the last thought I would have is just thanks to the governing body for supporting the work. Also, very specifically for supporting the addition of new staff positions in the budget. Incredibly excited to bring those folks in. My team's been interviewing people and really excited to introduce new members of the team to the governing body. So thank you all very much.
Thank you. Any other last comments? We good? Thank you, sir. Appreciate your being here. Madam Clerk, can you take us to the next presentation, please?
8A, General Plan Update, and here to speak is Land Use Director Heather Lamboy.
Make sure you're all mic'd up too.
Oh, the mic needs to be on for it to work. My apologies. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. While Janice is setting up the PowerPoint presentation, I'd just like to take a few minutes to introduce our team. So Janice Bolitnikoff is the project manager for the general plan update. She is doing all of the background work and collaborating with the consultant and all the different stakeholder groups. Maggie Moore, who isn't here tonight, is also very much a key player in this entire effort, as well as WSP, which is the consultant. We do have Nick Fazio online with WSP, and so he'll be available to answer questions that the council may have in addition to us. So, let's see. Okay. So I will continue doing an impromptu presentation while that's kicking on. So this is a really foundational project, and we've done a lot of work with reference to where have we been and where are we going. The last comprehensive general plan update happened in 1999, and there was a lot of good work that was done there. We have since our initial presentation done sort of a review of the policies that were adopted in 1999 and created a crosswalk to what we need to do in 2025 and 2026. So we do have a timeline set forth, and Janice is going to be sharing that with you in a minute. But I think what's really critical is that look back at where have we been and where do we need to go? Because in 25 years, things have radically changed. So, and then we also have done a lot of work relative to land development and land capacity. So I'm sorry about the delay.
Do we need some technical assistance to get that working correctly?
My apologies. Sorry.
Very good.
My apologies.
Nope.
So I would like to introduce the general plan update assessment report. And we have a lot of data and analysis that has been done, and we're only going to scratch the surface at this point. There's a lot of information that's available on the website. So Janice will begin with what is Santa Fe.
Thank you. Apologies again for the delay and the technical issues. For those who may be tuning in who are not as familiar with this process as you all are, Santa Fe Forward is the city's general plan update process.
It's a planning process that will take us through the next 25 years of what the city wants the city to look like ultimately. We are working with the community to do a lot of scoping and visioning work to determine what people's priorities are. And ultimately, this will inform the roadmap that we all set policies by for the next 25 years of the city of Santa Fe. As you can see at the bottom here, the plan includes community vision and guiding values, and we'll talk a lot about how we are gleaning that information from the public at this point. It will give land use and zoning direction directly. And there are topical strategies for housing, transportation, environment, and many other topics. Also, at the end of the process, there will be a separate implementation report, which will give implementation strategies and also funding sources that we can look towards to implement this plan. The planning process has 6 key phases, and right now we are wrapping up phase 1. That's the project launch and community awareness. The assessment report that Director Lamboy had mentioned is actually the item that closes out that stage gate 1. So we are currently wrapping it up. There are only editorial corrections that are being made and a little bit of very small non-substantive changes. But that report will be coming to you soon in its entirety, and that will symbolize the closing of stage gate 1 and opening of stage gate 2, which is our visioning phase. We actually began some of the work already on September 1st with the visioning phase, in that we have launched our survey. We'll give some statistics on this survey so far, but suffice it to say, we've had an amazing response from this community thus far. Stage 3 is where we'll take the information from the scoping process in phase 1 and the visioning processes with the public in phase 2 and turn those into multiple scenarios. This is called scenario planning. And this will include, it's kind of like a choose your own adventure, but for city planning. So we will create mock-ups based on different policy directions that the community has told us are their priorities, and bring that back to the community, bring it back to you and to Planning Commission to get your input on those different planning scenarios. And with the ultimate direction, which may be one of those scenarios or a hybrid of them, with the ultimate direction, we will turn that into the preferred plan. So stage 4 is drafting the preferred plan. Stage 5 is identifying the priorities. And during stage 5, I believe is the adoption process. Mr. Fazio, who's on the line, can correct me if I'm wrong. And then after adoption, we will, like I said, bring the implementation or step forward, the implementation and funding to you all to get input on that as well. So we have another project that's underway, which is the Land Development Code update. How do these two projects relate? I think this is a really great opportunity that we're doing both at the same time, because people can understand the policy level, but maybe don't have as concrete an idea of, oh, how is that going to work and when I get a building permit. So with the Land Development Code, we have done a lot of the initial outreach, and we are in the process of adopting the phase 1 of the update to the Land Development Code, which was code hygiene, and really to set the stage for phase 2 and where we deal with key issues. The timing has really aligned nicely with the general plan update, in that with the assessment report, it took a lot longer than we thought it would take. And so the fact that we've been able to collect all of this data, collect the input from the community, has really folded nicely into where we will be landing with the Land Development Code update, and they will align well. So we do want to be sure that the policies that are set forth in the general plan will be aligned with the Land Development Code. So what this governing body wants to do from a policy standpoint must be reflected in how we enact our regulations. You may recall that you previously reviewed and accepted our public engagement plan that was developed with our consultant, WSP USA.
The key elements of the public engagement plan are exactly what we've been working on since January when we kicked it off. These include our Community Partners Program, which I'll explain more about later, our open houses, community conversations, and tabling events. I'll provide statistics for those later. The technical working group, which has already met twice and gave us input on the draft assessment report. The interactive project website at santafeforward.org and our social media blast, which we have been getting a lot of help from the communications group here at the city, and they have helped us blanket the area with our message for people to get involved and let us know what they want for their community in the future. And finally, as Director Lamboy had mentioned, we are aligning and collaborating with the Land Development Code Update Initiative, meaning that some of our public involvement events will be both projects together since there are so many interrelated issues. The Community Partner Program is really something special. We received, I think it was maybe 40 applications of organizations, 501c3s here in the community that wanted to partner with us. 23 of these reached the final selection phase, and these community-based organizations help us get our message out into groups where we may never have access and where folks can give their input in a safe space, speaking amongst themselves. And that's really the power of leveraging existing networks in the community. We get to get really rich information about what the community wants and needs to change or to stay the same here in Santa Fe. These organizations are all compensated through micro grants, and they have been recently given their communications packets from WSP, which helps them get started with their media output, how to start their meetings, what to cover at their meetings, how to collect the input in an authentic way and bring it back to us so that we can synthesize it into the plan. And everybody has been onboarded. So every one of the organizations has, as of now, received training on the entire process. So everything's rolling along really well with our community partners. And as I mentioned before, the assessment report is in its nearly final version. This is a snapshot in time and a summary of existing conditions for all the topic areas that are in the general plan. This will also identify the planning issues and community needs that have been accomplished from 1999 and where we have possibly missed the mark. We will eventually include the public engagement findings into this document, although it will be final. It is also a living document. And another element that will be coming into it after we finish with the public involvement element of this project is the policy recommendations. And ultimately, this, as a snapshot in time and an arrow towards the future, becomes the foundation for the scenario planning step.
And now the good stuff. So I'm going to share with you several findings, key findings that we have as a result of our assessment reports. So this is divided out by topic area, and there are several other slides that we don't have time to go over now, but they are available on the santafeforward.org website. So these boards really synthesize, and these slides synthesize the data and the key issues that we have found. So we found out that 81% of the community have that live within a 10-minute walk to a park. That's powerful information. But it's also powerful if we don't meet the metrics, then we know where we can identify what we need to do. There's over 170 miles of trails in Santa Fe, so we can pat ourselves on the back and say, yeah, we've done a great job in providing people opportunities to use this alternate form of transportation. And there, 68% of the property in Santa Fe is zoned as residential. So that also gives us a little preview on the Land Development Code update. Do we want 68% of our land just to be zoned residential? Do we want to allow for a mix of uses? Those types of things. And when you think of the Martinez grocery store up on Canyon Road. Cecilia Rios is the chair of the H board, and I really do love going on site visits with her because she shares with me everything that was, her youth. And we don't have Martinez grocery stores so much in a lot of the neighborhoods outside of the historic districts. How do we recreate that? How do we really create opportunities for small business? The next is people, population, and income. So a majority of the households earn less than $70,000. So the emphasis on a livable wage and all of the initiatives that this governing body is taking really do, come out in this general plan. The reasons why are really spelled out in the assessment report. So in 25 years, the population peak will be 99,000 community members. And you may ask, wow, that's only approximately 10,000 more than we have today. Well, the reason is that the birth rate is going down in the United States generally. And the other unfortunate thing is that a lot of people who work here don't live here. We need to turn that around. It's up to about 40% of the working population here in Santa Fe lives outside of the city of Santa Fe. And I think we all know the reasons why in terms of being able to buy an affordable house. And the residents are, we have a median age of 44, and we have a higher number of residents who are aged 65 to 84. So with reference to housing, social and economic opportunity, 49% of the community are renters and 39% are homeowners. There's 67% of our housing is single-family residential units. So that really helps us to define that where's the priority? Lots of people live in lots of different ways. So I was driving by the little compound there at Marcy and Paseo Peralta, and there's a lot of little houses that were developed as part of a family compound. That type of development that was organic to Santa Fe is something that we really need to bring back and provide opportunities. So how that is spelled out is in the land development code, but we really do need to investigate those policy issues at the general plan level. So, and average rents have increased 74% since 2016. But the good news is that in the past year, because we have more properties available, we've been constructing homes as well as multifamily developments, or I should say the development community has been constructing these. The average rent has only gone up 0.5%. So the ability to process these applications and to incentivize development, it really does give the opportunity for that community that belongs to Santa Fe to come back to Santa Fe. With reference to community services and governance, so we have everybody lives within a 1 mile radius of a police and fire station, which is really good. The sad thing about our community is that 27% of our community live below the poverty line. So like the previous director's presentation on pallet homes, Henry Hammond Paul, on pallet homes, it's really important to realize that a lot of people in our community are struggling and need assistance. Our FY 2025 budget decreased by 9.1%. I think that, with reference to our finance team, we're being very conservative and guarded with our funding as we have uncertainty at the federal level. For transportation and access to opportunity, we have an annual ridership for Santa Fe Trails of 400,000. And, that can be improved. So one of the things we're going to look at is the Santa Fe Trails map, the types of service that are provided, like on-demand versus buses and other opportunities, bicycles being attached to buses. So there's that mix of modes of transportation. There is one bus route in town that has a frequency of less than 30 minutes. And so that doesn't really inspire a lot of people to use transit. So as we're doing our transit planning, we really need to think about these metrics and how we can make improvements to better serve our community. In the airport, you've known it's been growing. Every time I fly out, I'm amazed by the expansion at the airport. We have over 350,000 passengers served annually at the airport, and it's only growing. And of course, we have metrics relative to pedestrian and bicycle safety.
I'll just briefly touch on the project website and some of our community engagement that we've been doing. Here's a screen grab of the front page of santafeforward.org and our vendor Social Pinpoint. They're the company that runs our website, and its functionality has informed us that we are currently the #1 most popular Social Pinpoint in the country. So Santa Fe is incredibly engaged, which is wonderful. On this website, one of the elements you will find is the engagement map, and that is where you can drop a digital sticky note onto the map with any kind of question, comment, complaint, or idea that you have about your life in the community and what you want. We have also quick poll questions that change occasionally. We've had a great deal of total engagement so far since January, and really a lot of it has happened since the late spring. Our Social Pinpoint website views are about 9,500. The engagement map has about 450 digital sticky notes. The draft assessment report, as huge as it is and as dense as it is, we've received over 52 public comments on that. And we also have quick poll contributions, various emails from the public, voicemails directly to the project staff, vision surveys, and which I'll talk more about in a second, that we have received completed on our website. We have been tabling throughout the community for months now at social events, sporting events, boards and commissions, all kinds of different locations, like from the south side to the north side and everything in between. Trying to get out there and meet people where they're at so that they don't need to have childcare or elder care in order to interact with us and tell us what they want in their community. We've done a lot of in-person events, face-to-face community interactions, and in-person comments have exceeded 180 at this point. So this leads to total engagement units of about 11,550, which is pretty impressive for a few months of work. So the good news is our community has been waiting since 1999 to tell us what they want and what they want to change and to stay the same in our community and what their values are. As far as the topics that we are finding in the themes of public input, the top 3 for the contact points to the website have been inquiries about participating in the community partner program and the technical working group. So those are folks who want to give of their time directly to help this process and to make sure their networks are represented. Also, land use, community places, and parks is very popular. It's the #2 topic that's brought up in comments. And transportation issues and ideas, that is the 3rd most popular.
Another critical component of a successful local government is communication. And knowing that that is a weakness in the Planning and Land Use Department, we have included as part of this project the creation of a digital platform. So this will be rolled out. There will be a soft rollout at the end of September, and then we will be presenting it to you at the beginning of October, so you know how to navigate this digital platform. Why are we doing this? Because in part, we have a situation where a development project is proposed. There is an early neighborhood notification meeting that is held where the concept of the project is presented to the public and feedback is requested. And so the public doesn't have the opportunity to really consider and think about, well, how could this impact me? Or, just think about all of the different options or potential scenarios where that development could impact them. So what we're going to do is we're going to be posting on the website the active projects and give people an opportunity to provide comments to us before a hearing. So we can share this with the applicant. So by the time we get to a hearing, hopefully all of their concerns will have been addressed, or there will have been consensus on the issues that most impact our community. The other components of this include an updated and upgraded geographic information systems database. So the first thing that we're going to be putting onto that database, and it's going to take several years to get all the information that we want on there, but the first piece is the building permits. So for all building permits that have been issued on a property, you can click on the property and see everything that has been issued in those files. So that is the intent with historic cultural property inventory forms, and having that information available to the public when they're available to look at it. Typically for me, it's 10 o'clock. So that concludes our presentation, and happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, and then one extra thing.
Apologies. There's one element that I did forget to mention, and that is that as we are in phase 2, the visioning phase, the most important element of phase 2 is the survey. So the survey is posted on the project website, but it's broken into mini surveys. So taken in whole, it's a very large survey covering all the topics, but the public can choose only the issues or topic areas that are interesting to them, and then it will auto-populate with only the questions relative to those chapters. Or they can complete the entire survey on all the general plan topic areas. We launched this on September 1st with a soft launch. And in just these few days since September 1st, we have received over 260 long form surveys in completion. So this community is very excited and very engaged and willing to give of their time to tell us their opinions. So wanted to raise that bright point to you, and also plug for folks to go to the website and complete the survey. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to request the 10-minute rule. This topic, if I can.
Of course. We'll go around, and if we take more than one round, everybody gets another bite. But since you raised your hand, Councilor Faulkner, why don't you start us, and we'll just go down that lane, and then we'll go down this.
Thank you. I have a couple, I commend the work you're doing. I know you have a big job, and I know that you're also not as fully staffed as you could be to make things easier. And I do know that you're working on software that's going to make the process easier for the entire community. So thank you so much for that. One question I have, which is kind of related to this, but is a bigger concern to me, is what is happening with the code? Like, I know we were going to do a catch and cleanup. And so I'm curious, where is the holdup on the legislation related to the code changes?
Councilor Faulkner, Mayor Weber, thank you for the question. There is not a holdup, but there's a detailed review that is being done. And it's in collaboration with the entire team. And so we are, making an enormous effort to review 600 pages of code. And that involves a consultant, that involves our staff team, as well as, the leadership. So it's our hope that we can, and we still are on track to align these two projects.
Is there, what is the cost to the city right now for, I recall from being on planning commission that the target date was a year ago that we would have at least something out for consideration. And I don't mean to put you on the spot.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Faulkner, the cost in terms of since December and during this review period has been approximately $50,000, but we've got to get it right. So that's $50,000 we didn't anticipate, but we're making up for in other aspects of our budget.
Is there anything we can do as a governing body to assist and make an expediting?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilor Faulkner, at this time, I think what we really need to do is just make sure that we get it right. And that's really critical. And so I'm sure that this governing body would appreciate that we don't release something that is substandard. And so we need to be patient with the process.
When I do want to recognize this is a huge lift. Even the catch and cleanup on this, with this legislation, there's a lot in the code, and the code is antiquated, and my perception is that it was built reactionary, like in a reaction mode, not a proactive mode. And so I know there's conflicts and I know there's a lot going on, but just please let us know if there's anything we do to help expedite this, because land use is next to police and fire. Land use is probably the most important department in the city because it has an impact literally on all of our lives. And so anything we can do to help you move this, please let us know.
Thank you, Counselor. And you were well under 10 minutes. Counselor Mayorworth.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you for all the work on this. I think, as you've noted, this is important. Both these projects are important. I do want to go because there has been attention to the first phase of the Land Development Code, which is, of course, the housing incentives and then the hygiene updates of the code. And you know, the review that's going on now, and I want to say I'm really glad that it's happening because I did sit in on a couple of meetings in the early part of the year, and it is over 600 pages. And I think there hasn't been, you know, there was a group of folks who were looking at housing incentives and figuring out what those concepts should be and what our policy would be. And that was one big piece. And then there was, you know, the consultant and doing the hygiene piece. But then you have to actually, you know, write the words and make sure that you're conveying what it is that we were attempting to do and making sure you get the organization correct. And that's the review that's going on now. And that does take time, especially when things are caught. And to your point about it being a full, you know, kind of full team effort, you know, when something is found, you have to go back to the subject matter experts. You've got to talk to the legal team, and all that back and forth is going on in the course of a normal workday when the rest of you are also doing 10,000 other things. So I just want to say that I'm really glad that the review is happening at the level it's happening. It's very important. And as has been pointed out already, the nature of the code, the shape it's in now, we know is problematic and really does need some improvement. So this is a huge lift. And I think it's just really important that folks understand what's happening here. And I want to thank you all, the whole team, everybody who's involved in this review. I think it's very important. And then at the same time, you're doing the phase 2 of the Land Development Code is underway, and the work on the general plan update and the 6 phases that are involved in actually coming to that piece of work is also going on, among, again, all the other day-to-day things that happen in all these departments. So Godspeed. I hope we see it soon, but I hope everybody can be patient as this really important review goes on. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Counselor Cassidy.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you both so much for being here, and thank you for all the work that you've done. I really appreciate the variety of ways that you have worked to engage the community. As we just discussed, that has been a big conversation. So I really appreciate that. As well as, you know, you mentioned how this is also going to shape some of the ongoing public engagement that has to happen for land use cases, which I know is going to be a big topic for phase 2 of the code update. So really looking forward to seeing, you know, all this data, all the different reports coming forward. Very, very excited about that. In terms of the engagement with the community partners, what does that timeline look like? When do we expect that they should have their community engagement done? How are we monitoring their work? I love that, you know, using as I've mentioned, the Midtown Engagement Partner model before. It was wonderful. It was also smaller and more a bit encapsulated. So I'm curious how we are working with the community partners, making sure that those dollars are well spent.
Thank you. I can speak to where the Community Partners program is at the moment and how we're running it. So first of all, the bulk of their work will be accomplished in September and October because we anticipate that the visioning, gathering of the visioning input will close at the end of October. So it's a very fast 8 weeks of engagement with them. But our consultant WSP has done this in many other communities, and they have an extremely organized and very detailed plan that they give each group. And they also are available for any questions at any time. But basically, there are things like taking a snapshot of their social media posts that they have done or sending copies of their newsletter. All of this gets detailed on each of their invoices for the disbursements of the micro grants. And Nick Fazio, who's on the line, can also speak a little bit more about the reporting process for the activities they do within this 8 weeks.
Thank you, Janice and Heather, and thanks to the counselors and Mayor Weber. Appreciate getting the chance to speak. Well said, Janice. I think you covered it. One thing that I'll emphasize is just the sort of ability for the community partners to directly liaise and coordinate with project team members. So we have a wonderful task lead supported by a cast of junior staff member characters who are really there to make sure that anytime community partners have a question, need guidance, need assistance in figuring out how to talk about something or how to sort of capture their conversations and the work that they've done, we're here to help them and we're here to guide them. As Janice mentioned, there is a reporting structure in place. We have communicated as part of the community partner policy as well as their onboarding effort that they are to essentially take record, right, and keep notes and proof of the engagement that they're doing. One thing that was really important to us was we wanted to make sure that they were able to engage their constituents in their way, in the way that made the most sense for them. So it's a little bit of a trust building exercise between our community partners as well as the city on, making sure that community partners are given and empowered with the opportunity to engage their constituents in the way they feel best. But we do ask for proof. We ask for that documentation to be submitted to us as part of the invoicing reporting structure, and that will all be made publicly available on santafeforward.org as well as in communications made available to this body.
Wonderful. Thank you. I appreciate those details and really hope that, this is an opportunity that we as a city take to learn about another way to utilize this model where we're really activating trusted community groups because we've seen it be successful before. I'm optimistic that it'll be successful here as well. So really excited to seeing both the methodology by which it is tracked, the different activities that were taken on by the community member or community partners, as well as how we continue to replicate this and thinking about that both within land use and citywide. I echo the sentiments around phase 1 code update. I know this has been a challenge. I know that this has been a frustration for some people that are very invested in this. One of the questions that I've wondered, and I want to make sure that this gets done as soon as possible because I know this is really important. The code has been pretty patchworked over the years, which means it is very challenging to work with. And I know one of the goals of the phase 1 code update that I want to make sure is not lost is really improving the way that the code itself communicates with the public, the way that the public is able to interface with the code, because it is complex and it is one of the areas that many people, and not just people that are professionals in land use, are going to have to try to interact with this thing as they're trying to do businesses and, redo their roofs, and whatever the case may be. And this has been a big challenge along with, looking at some of the permitting software and what are these internal processes. There are some key pieces that I have been wanting to get moving forward. The housing incentives are there. We've talked about some of the table of uses and some edits I would like to propose there. At this point, is it helpful to yank out some of these pieces and run them independently? because they are crucial, or does that slow down the process even more? And that may not be a question that you can answer right now, but it is something that I have really been grappling with because we want this to move forward. We want it to be done carefully. But there are some pieces that I know are could really have an impact on the community.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Cassett, it's a lot right now to review everything. And I think if there is just one minor change to a use table, for instance, for clarification, that is probably something we can incorporate, but I have to ask the entire team to, in this particular case. I can't answer the question about, what would be faster, but I can speak to what we're going to do based on lessons learned. And so for phase 2 of the land development code update, we're going to do a series of adoptions. So we're going to break it out. We're going to deal with a key issue like the architectural design standards, adopt those. We also have a project that's going with the fire department right now for the wildland urban interface. And I'm working with the fire department team and Headwaters Economics, which we recently completed an MOU to develop standards in the code. That's probably going to be separate. Massage parlors, separate. But, the lesson learned here is it's just a lot. And that first heavy lift is a really tough one. But, going forward, we're going to try to be much more nimble and adopt more often.
Got it. And I appreciate that. And I think that that is a better strategy. And I appreciate that lesson learned. Last question has to do with the future and the fact, as you mentioned, this is a 25, 26-year-old general plan, which means that the work for it was done, 28 years ago. What are we going to do to make sure that the thing that says we're going to review it every 5 years actually happens? Is that, I know that we've talked about this with the ice rink as well, that, kind of building in these policies and procedures to make sure that this maintenance work, for lack of a better word, this is maintenance in the code and the plan, are going to occur. And is there any way that we can, think about building that in for both making sure the code doesn't get to this place where it's a patchwork quilt, as well as that our general plan doesn't get to a place where it feels a bit outdated and like it needs this big review?
Great question, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Cassett. With reference to, getting from point A to point B. And so with the code update and the general plan being implemented, we have actually baked into the general plan process an implementation plan. So one of the pieces of an implementation plan is priorities for capital improvements, for instance, roadways. So which roadways are we going to prioritize? So part of the implementation plan will be a map of the projects that have already been planned for, going to be implemented in the next 3 to 5 years, like the culvert on West Alameda that was taken care of. The emergency repair was done. But we also want to plan for long-term improvements. So we will be creating a series of maps that really sort of commits the council as well as staff to these priorities. And so this implementation plan will have to constantly be updated, either through the Capital Improvements Advisory Committee or through the Planning Commission or whatever commission or board that applies to. So that implementation plan is going to keep us on track. And so that will be reviewed regularly and things will have to be updated. So if there's a new priority, say, for instance, we want to make a new connection on a roadway, that would have to be vetted through Public Works and through the Planning Commission and ultimately approved. So we have the roadmap for ourselves, and we also have to gain consensus on changes to the roadmap.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Appreciate all your work and looking forward to continue getting updates on this. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Counselor. Counselor Garcia, you, sir, have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Definitely a very intriguing and long process. As Councilor Faulkner said, heavy lift. First, a couple of things come to mind is how long does a project like this take, especially doing 2 general plan and code At the same time, I mean, do we have a metrics of, you know, where we want to be and how soon we want to get there?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, I think all of us have a certain degree of experience with either updates to land development codes or comprehensive general plans. And typical project timeline is 3 years. But with reference to this general plan project, to make sure everything is aligned, we're going to be bringing back a presentation on how we're speeding that up so that the two can, you know, we're going to have some efficiency with the engagement with the land development code and the general plan. So we're hoping to finish the general plan, not the implementation plan, but the general plan, and get it adopted in spring. And so the implementation plan is where the land development code and the general plan are going to interact, which, you know, will be also a longer process, but really sort of breaking things down will be critical to our success in this particular case. Land development codes, I've been involved with updates in 3 different communities, and they take anywhere from 2 to 5 years.
You know, just to kind of to piggyback off of that, you know, we could be working on this for 10 years, and the longer it takes, the more it's going to cost us. Now, I know we have to get it right because we are addressing many issues such as, you know, the density. I think density is one of the biggest things that the city has to look at in regards to how we grow. Affordability, you know, I'd love to see how this is really gonna create housing for people that is affordable. I call it attainable, because we have to individually be able to sustain buying a house, whether you have a down payment, go through a program, be able to afford that payment. And so monthly. Anyway, I think what would be some of the areas that would prolong this for us? And I think Councillor Faulkner kind of hit a couple of points there in regards to, you know, obviously we all have to work together to get this done. Your department is doing such a huge lift with creating and organizing with community engagement. But we all have a part in trying to make sure that this is moving forward. And so, you know, what are some of the areas I think that are obstacles that we need to be have our finger on the pulse, so to speak, to make sure we don't those aren't hooks that will keep us back from moving forward.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, with reference to potential obstacles, I mean, we're trying to be nimble. We're trying to adjust based on the lessons learned as we go. So we understand that this needs to be updated and done so that the community can go forward. We're working with the community, and having that active community engagement is really critical. And the Planning Commission is also getting very involved in subcommittees so that they are actually part of the community conversation, or listening to the community conversation. On legislative actions, they can be more involved, not as a quasi judicial role. So we're really trying to get the word out and get feedback. And I think we're having some success on that already. The obstacles, you know, we're thinking about speeding up, or we're trying to speed up the general plan update because there is going to be a change of administration. We want to have the momentum of the general plan be part of this governing body, this administration, and have it adopted shortly after the beginning of the year. And then the implementation plan is where the new governing body is going to be really fleshed out. So I will just be honest, you know, there's going to be changes in our governing body, and we really want to make sure that we're on task, and that's why we're trying to speed things up. And by speeding it up, it means that we'll have to have actually some increased budget to account for that.
So I mean, optimistically thinking a couple of years is kind of where we're at with this.
So, Mr.
Now,
Councilor Garcia, we are hoping to finish the general plan document in the spring by April 2026. The implementation plan by August 2026. And then the Land Development Code Phase 2 is going to be a little bit longer because there's a lot that we have to address. And so that entire process, which I think is not going to be the entire process, but the entire process with the consultant would be another year, ending in 2026. But staff, what we've learned is that there's always, when you apply the land development code, it's like, oh, did we mean that? Or this could be better. And so for several years, we will be probably bringing up proposed amendments and the like.
Thank you. I just, again, hope that we all can work together on pushing this forward and making sure that we end up with the product that we really want. It does create affordability for people who, and are in the lower income earning brackets, but at the same time does not discriminate to anyone who wants to buy a house in the city and developers, because somebody's got to build them. So I think it's a very tricky formula that we have to be looking at. And kudos. Thank you for work on all this. That's
Thanks.
all I have, Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Lindell will go from inside out this time.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for being here tonight. So which comes first? The general plan update or the code update?
Mayor, Councilor Lindell, it depends upon what you're talking about. Is it phase 1 of the code update, or is it all of the code update? So all for everything that we want to address, it would be the general plan update.
And that's what we're talking about tonight, general plan update.
A general plan update would be first prior to the whole reworking of the code.
So timeline for general plan update is opposed to code update. We have
Mayor,
one?
Councilor Lindell, so the timeline for an accelerated schedule, the general plan update would be another year. That includes the implementation plan. It's the hope in the spring that we'll have the general plan document itself adopted. And for the code update, it will probably be another year and a half before we're done with that.
Yeah, I think that it's very wise to be realistic about these timelines. I know, everybody wants things done yesterday. I think that we forget that we're also doing a full day's work on the everyday regular. And this is a super heavy lift. I remember when we did a little updating back in, I don't know, when did we do the code update? 2014, just before that, when Greg Smith spent quite a bit of time working on that. It's super complicated, and it's one of those things that it's hard to find an endpoint. You tweak this and then you go, well, if you do that, then you got to go back and you got to look at this. And I don't think we should feel overly hurried on it. I think we should maintain a good pace, but I think we should produce a product that meets all the goals that we set when we started this. So congrats, keep pushing, keep digging. It's not an easy project. Thank you.
Counselor, thank you. Counselor Garcia, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, team, for all the updates on this. Well, not only on the general plan update, but also the land use development code updates. I appreciate your comments around compounds. As somebody who currently lives in a family compound, and my mother's side, they have their family compound still on Delgado Street. Current code would not allow for it. And I'm glad that the mindset is, let's get back to the way things were. So thank you for that. In the presentation, there was a comment or a statement that it says everybody lives within 1 mile to a police station. I find that hard to believe because I live right smack dab in the middle of town. The main police station, which is way far side of town. Then there is what maybe might be considered the downtown. So I live right down the street from a fire station, but not a police station. So
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, that also includes police substations. Like we have a substation technically here at City Hall, just right across the hallway there. So it's not just the major station, but also substations.
but my point was I don't live in a mile of either of police, or I don't know of any police substations near me. So I think that's one thing I would highly encourage, that there be within a mile of police substation of everybody. But I don't think that currently exists. And I'd be happy to have that conversation with you offline, just because I think that'd be troubling. Now, as Councilor Lindell mentioned, what comes first, general plan or the land development code? On the Santa Fe Land Development Code website, general plan implementation is in phase 3. Phase 1 is the land development code foundations, which some of my colleagues were concerned about. I'm concerned about as well. So how could we have the general plan come first when it's listed as phase 3?
Mayor Pro Tem Lindell, Councilor Garcia, we have been changing a little bit how we're working on this. We're learning as we go along.
Right.
And so that that website hasn't been updated, so my apologies. But we're doing the phase 3 of the Land Development Code General Plan Alignment concurrent. We're doing it right now. So because we have the 2 projects on track with each other, we have the 2 consulting teams meeting together. It's actually where we're trying to save some time.
Gotcha. Okay. Understandable. Now, when we get to, and I want to jump back to some of the concerns my colleagues had around phase 1. It was my understanding that phase 1 was basically catch and clean up. And then we began to incorporate additional things like housing incentives. I'm happy that that's part of it because I wanted housing incentives, but I would have preferred them to be separate because that's not the way it was sold to us on the front end. And I think if we were to, on the front end, have pulled those out, we would have housing incentives now, because this is something that I had talked about with staff about this time last year. And my thought is, if we would have separated them initially, we might not be in the predicament we're in, where we would have housing incentives on the books. And then I definitely understand all the work that needs to go into ensuring that the overall update meets the needs, not only of now, but of the future. So is there a reason why it wasn't separated from the onset and we followed the process that we actually told the public we were going to follow, versus squeezing it into phase 1 when it should have, honestly, in my opinion, been in phase 2 if we were trying to do that, or separate legislation?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, that is a really good question. And I think hindsight would lend itself to maybe that was the better approach, to be honest. Both the technical working group as well as the citizens working group of the Land Development Code update regularly said affordable housing is a problem. We need to do something right now. And so we were trying to be responsive to them. And these are voluntary incentives. And so it's not like we're regulating in addition to what we have regulations now, but we're providing incentives for something to happen to provide for more housing and affordable housing. So, just looking back, we maybe should have taken that on a separate track. There are some other things like the Green Building Code is currently under review and is going to be adopted, this year. And that's an update that requires houses to have additional insulation and the like. And so something that we've discussed with 2 feet extra allowed for single family residences to provide space for the insulation, space for people to live, space for solar collectors and the like. So some of those things came in as a result of other things that were happening. So, and I think we underestimated the amount of time that it would take to get things adopted. So that's on us.
Gotcha. Understandable. Do we have a time frame of when this phase 1? Because again, I go back to when I was briefed on it back, and I think it was in October. That point in time, we were told November. November came and gone, and then we were told it would happen in the spring. Came and gone, then we were told it would happen in the summer. So I understand we want to get it right, but we also need to be able to understand when is the work going to be done. And so I don't know if that's a question for you or for the city attorney, because I think the work currently is lying in the city attorney's office. And as you mentioned, the community members said affordable housing is needed now. And to Councilor Cassett's point, I'm at the position where let's separate them, pull them out, because we need housing now. We're going to spend time on perfecting this. Let's do it, but let's not do it while holding up potential housing incentives that can begin to put people in homes. So can we get a time frame when the review is expected to be completed?
Mayor and councilors, I do want to just clarify that it is a collaborative effort. So when I identify something that needs the land use department's participation, we are going back and forth. And so the initial review was of the changes. And now the review is how they fit into the overall document, which is an entire rewrite. It's not a red line. It's a new 600 pages. So the places where the new languages are not inserting it into the place where it would have been in the current code. So we'd have to write a whole new bill to do the sections with the substantive changes to change them into the current code because they're in a different place in the new 600 pages.
Gotcha. So I guess the question I have is, if I was told in last October, it'd be ready. And, and at that point, when I was briefed, I was essentially told we're just getting ready to introduce it. Where was the miscommunication, I guess? Because I think that's where I want to ensure that the stakeholders are well aware of where we are at in the process and when we anticipate a final product. Because I know if it's a back and forth, we have to have some type of ballpark estimate of when this product should be completed. Because if we just leave it open-ended, it's going to be open-ended, and we'll work on it till the cows come home, and then the day after, the day after, the day after. So I guess, when do we expect to have this product completed? Okay. And I guess my time is up, so that's the last question I got.
It's okay. I think the question is the point of the exercise. Councilor Chavez?
I think I'm actually gonna lead into what Councilor Garcia started, which is, I think the issue is, so it's obvious it's a heavy lift, and I think the entire community wants it done correctly, as we all do. I think the problem is there's written communication of a timeline, and we have not provided an explanation as to why we have not hit that marker. So now our community is very confused, right? Because there hasn't been communication as to why there's a delay. We've kind of just been a little bit quiet about, and there hasn't been a delivery as the writing that they have available to them is saying in front of them, and that gets very confusing. So I think, which often comes with with the city, unfortunately, is the perspective of the community as we aren't transparent or accurate or all of those things. And this is a minor error, but we should clarify. So right now there is a website that has a timeline that we've missed. So the emails I'm receiving is of constituents that are very frustrated as why, one, we haven't met that mark, and two, why there hasn't been an explanation as to why we haven't hit that mark. If we would explain that and provide an explanation, I think the community would be very understanding, because the community wants this to set up our city for success. They want all the positive things that are going to come from this, but we have to be very transparent when things get delayed. We have to have that open communication, because there's so much work being done. We want them to know the work that's being done. You guys are doing a tremendous amount of work. Not only are you doing a tremendous amount of work on this process, but you're doing a tremendous amount of work just keeping the department going as well. And so that is all very obvious as long as we communicate. This probably doesn't need to be here. This website, like if we could redirect and include everything in one place and really maybe have some type of explanation available to the community. I won't ask for it now because I'm sure it's much longer than you can explain right now, and you'd probably want to go back and think about some of those hiccups or how you want to present it. But if you would just maybe, redirect our community members to one area of information and then explain the discrepancies between the two things that they're seeing, I think would be very helpful. So I think that you're doing a lot of great work. I think any question right now just has to do with the fact that there's these miscommunications and what's out there for them to view and following these projects. So that's what I want to call attention to and just request if that can be clarified. And I feel like if that would be clarified, I think the community would be even more supportive moving forward through each of these phases. Great, thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Castro.
Thank you to my colleagues. Thank you, Director, and Janice, for your amazing presentation. I have been working closely with both of you on this community input process. I am impressed and really thankful that you've taken into consideration so many of the concerns that I personally had and that my constituents came to you with. I think that we have expressed how important this is and how we would like a little bit better communication. And I think it is, in my opinion, I won't speak for anyone else, I am offering support and help to reach out to my constituents and give them better information. I know that you've given presentations to MIAB. I know that you've given presentations to community members at the library. And I don't know that we're saying you're not doing a great job, because you are. We are getting questions from our constituents, and I think I am at a loss on how to answer them. And so if we could get a little more information to be better allies to you, I think that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Thanks, Counselor. I don't really have a question, but I want to come back to the general plan update, because I think that really is the main event that is in front of us right now. And I know you've laid out the phases of the work and the different components that go into it, including the community engagement piece. But and I think that's absolutely essential. What I want to remind everybody is how critical to our future the general plan update really is. The documents that you are producing that will be soon released as the assessment report are rich with information and also with analysis. If, to Councilor Lee Garcia's point, one of our biggest concerns has to do with density and housing and affordable development. The data by which to make individual and community-wide assessments are in that document. If you're interested in transportation policy and you want to know what we need to do better to address mobility in the future, the capacity to make informed judgments comes from what's contained in those documents. our water future, our environmental future, our questions of social equity and justice, and really detailed analytics around precinct by precinct, the area, section by section. They're all in that report. And so it will be a daunting document when it's all compiled. And it is something that deserves to be read, and it deserves to be distributed so that people can access it and people can sit down in the library and take a long, careful read of the chapters or the sections that most concern them. I think it really sets the stage for the community-wide conversation that is long overdue around our choices that we make together about our city's future. And I really want to come back to the general plan as the fundamental building block for the decisions that the residents of Santa Fe and also the elected officials will be making going forward. And they will, as you said at the outset of your presentation, this will set the stage for 30 or 40 years of Santa Feans quality of life and economic opportunities and choices about who we want to be as a community. So that document is, I gather, I guess I can make it into a question. When will that document be ready? I think that is a foundational document. When will everybody have a chance to read that?
We anticipate receiving the final edits from our consultant this Friday. So we will just be making sure that everything tracks with all of the changes that we requested, especially to the 4 additional chapters that are being included, the equity analysis being chief among those. Also the policy crosswalk, where we look at the 99 plan and where we are today and find out, what can be carried through and where have we missed the mark. So it's a long-winded way to say, I would say probably a month or so.
Good.
Weeks.
Yeah, sometime in the fall.
Oh, yes, definitely. And Mr. Fazio may speak to that with a little bit more detail because he is herding the cats who are all working on this.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council, and thank you, Janice. Yes, you're right. We will deliver the remaining edits and revised versions of the assessment report in its entirety to you this week. And then once the city has a chance to cross-reference and make sure that the revisions have been satisfactorily addressed, it will be ready to post on santafeforward.org. A social media campaign, announcements, press release, all of those communications materials will be developed as a part of that release so that there's plenty of outgoing communication letting folks know when it's available and where they can find it. And we're happy to make that determination in coordination with you about when that release date will be. But basically, whenever the city's feeling good, that it's in a good spot, we are ready to get it out there. And that can happen really pretty quickly after you receive the final edits.
Thank you. I really encourage completion, but also distribution. I think hard copies in the libraries and at the teen center and all of our facilities for people to sit and read or somehow get their hands on a copy and check it out like it were a library book so they can take it home. It is, in terms of the general plan update, which is our chance to set a course for the future, those reports, those documents, those chapters, and then the summary pieces, that is absolutely the bedrock of what happens next when it comes to then engaging in a conversation that is well informed, because the assessment sets the stage for informed dialogue and public participation. So I really look forward to the finished document. I've been able to look at some of the draft work just in passing, and I commend you for how thorough, thoughtful, data-driven, and easy to read and understand that document is, as far as I've been able to look at it. I think the completed document is going to be a terrific resource for everybody in the community and for governing body members and other elected officials, our friends in the county and elsewhere, to make some, to come to some thoughtful synthesis, not just chapter by chapter, but how the pieces all fit together and become a roadmap for the future. So I commend you for that, and I look forward to its completion. I think that piece of work is really outstanding and essential.
Mr. Mayor, and we'll strategize with Maria Sanchez Tucker, of Santa Fe Public Libraries, and our communications team on distributing that widely. I printed up a copy for the Planning Commission, sans the final chapters, which I'll give to them separately. But I will be sure, once everything is done, to print up a hard copy for each of the governing body members, just to have on your desk.
Great, thank you. That's all I had to comment on. I think the general plan update in my book is something that I started talking about 8 years ago, and we would be much further along, except for this little thing called COVID that put a 2-year hitch in our plans. But as far as building the future of our city is concerned, in addition to the day-by-day work that cumulatively builds the future, it's a huge opportunity to engage in broad and thoughtful dialogue about our choices. So thank you for guiding us on that and for giving us soon the documentation that will help us have those conversations.
Just one tiny quick,
Councilor Faulkner.
could we produce those in Spanish and English?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Faulkner, yes, we've been working on a lot of material in Spanish and English. So we will work on translating. We haven't translated them yet, except for the sort of materials in which where we go to the community. And like at the Southside Feria, we had a lot of Spanish conversations. So we do have the main pieces in Spanish, but not all of the individual chapters. So we'll work on, making that available.
And again, thank you for everything you could do, Director Lamboy. I know it's a very hard job.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you all. Appreciate you. I believe we are past the 7 o'clock mark. I'd entertain a motion to change our agenda to go now to petitions from the floor.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion to go to change our agenda and interrupt the regular order to go to petitions from the floor. Is there any discussion? Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Very good. So what we'll do now is, if you are here just to bring anything to the attention of the governing body, please come to the podium. Everybody will be accorded 2 minutes. The clerk will keep the time and ask you to be respectful of others who are waiting their turn to speak. That is not including, if you're here to talk about the public hearing that is later on the agenda, please wait for that. But for anything else, we'll start with people who are here in the room, and then we'll go to the Zoom.
Oh, hello.
Yeah. Is the microphone
evening.
working? Yes.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Yetzali Reina Aguilar. I am a housing justice organizer at Chainbreaker, and I live in District 3. Chainbreaker is an economic and environmental justice organization that works to expand access for resources for working families in Santa Fe, New Mexico. And we have over 800 dues-paying members, the majority of whom are low-income people of color. For years, Chainbreaker members have been living the reality that the rent is too high and wages are too low. Now the rent is higher than ever. More than half of tenants in Santa Fe are rent burdened. Chainbreaker's Renters Defense Committee is made up of dozens of renters in the most vulnerable areas like Hopewell Man and Airport Road Corridor, and apartment complexes like Las Palomas, Evergreen, Artista, and Sangre de Cristo.
and mobile home parks such as Country Club Gardens, Riverside, Cottonwood, and Casitas. The committee supports the amendment introduced today to increase the living wage in Santa Fe because it is a step toward addressing the housing crisis. It recognizes that the rent costs are about half of the household's incomes for many of our members, and adjusting wages is another method that policymakers can use to close this gap. This change takes into consideration how big and how often rent increases for tenants, which is the community most at risk of displacement and housing insecurity. Including the fair market rents increases in the future living wage calculation directly and positively impacts our base of low-income renters, because truly affordable housing is not a reality for many of our members. And to have more stable housing, the increase in wages is a good next step. And Chainbreaker will continue to organize renters, and we keep encouraging the city council to pass policies to ensure Chainbreakers believe that everyone who lives and works in Santa Fe can stay and hopefully even return home to Santa Fe. Here's to the home we all deserve because the rent is too high and the wages are too low. Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Hello, my name's Elizabeth West, and I'm here just quickly to give you guys some advice. I came to hear the talk about the general plan and the code because some of you know that I'm having fun learning about the code as it is now, particularly, of course, the preservation part, the chapter 14. So I have a couple of comments. One is something I discovered that you all may already know about in chapter 14, and I'll tell you about that in a minute. The first thing is ranked choice voting is confusing to people. It shouldn't be. It's kind of which kind of ice cream do you want? And if you can't get that one, should you have a backup idea? What if somebody wants coconut and you don't? That's what ranked choice. It's pretty easy. However, when you go to your website, speaking of communication, unless it's changed in the last couple of days, I would love to, don't know who exactly who to say, but you're looking at me and you're smiling. Clerk, right? I think it would be great. You have it labeled ranked choice voting on the website, but there's no link. What you could do at least is make it easy on yourselves, especially after hearing all this wonderful talk about we're going to communicate better. Just do it real simple. The county has a pretty okay deal explaining ranked choice voting. Just put their link there. I mean, in interests of working together, wouldn't that look good? So I sound as if I'm joking, but actually I really sincerely think that would be easy. And then the people who've been complaining to me, oh, Elizabeth, you liked ranked choice voting, but there's no place to learn about it. And I said, well, come over to my house. I'll tell you. Well, they know I talk too much, so they're not going to do that. Oh, darn. Okay, the fun thing I want to tell you about the code. Get a hook. Find something fascinating about the code. I happen to be involved in historic preservation because I'm old and I think it's fun. But have you noticed when you go to the code and you look for chapter 14, everybody knows chapter 14 is where you go. Notice every single other, please correct me if I'm wrong, every single other chapter is in Roman numerals. Chapter 14 is in Arabic.
I'm afraid you're out of time, but thank you.
But isn't that fun? Think about that. So there's a hook.
Thank you.
It's fun. The code is fun.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Weber and councilors. I am Dr. Jean O'Dean. I am a candidate for mayor. And I just want to acknowledge you, Mayor and City Clerk Salazar, for the brief Meet the Mayor meeting so I could share the proof of funds and our concerted effort in the Midtown redevelopment project. And I appreciate City Manager and Acting Director of the redevelopment project that we're going to have a meeting so we can be going forward, you know, separate from my mayoral candidacy. in regards to the multi-billion dollar infrastructure and development platform. I am also finalizing a meeting with the Governor Grisham's chief of staff. And this would be separate from my mayoral candidate because these funds are for both for Santa Fe, for the state, and also for Indian reservations. So I just want to express my gratitude that we can actually start going forward on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. Is there anyone else in the room who wishes to come forward? Is there anyone on Zoom, Madam Clerk?
Yes, there is one person in the Zoom room with hand raised. Stephanie Benenato, you're allowed to speak.
Thank you very much. Stephanie Benenato. Speaking about communication, the other night at Planning Commission, the Zoom link didn't work. And I think it's relatively simple to have the tech try that out 5 minutes ahead of time. I would suggest that that be part of the protocol for starting a meeting so that people don't get frantic. There was somebody who wanted to comment online who was very upset because it didn't work to begin with. The other thing that's not working is EPRA. I requested what I thought was pretty simple. I asked for certifications or in trainings, examples of trainings of a specific employee since they were hired, which was about 6 or so years ago. I would expect that to be in the HR file. It'll be 14 weeks, and it's considered burdensome to ask for that. I think that's absolutely ridiculous. In terms of the general plan land use code, I have really not paid as much attention to the general plan, but I have been paying attention to the land use code updates. And I'm concerned because it's not just to clean up, there's a lot of substantive changes, and particularly about density. And I do think density has to increase, but I'm concerned about giving away too many units without necessarily having them be affordable for more than 8 or 10 years. I think if we're going to do affordable housing, it should be for the life of the house or for 50 years, whichever is shorter. And then the last thing I wanted to say is that I was very disappointed in your decision last week or 2 weeks ago for 1030 and a half West Houghton not upholding the contributing status. I didn't see you give much weight to the findings of facts and conclusions of law that the board made, but you were looking at a 30-year-old opinion that somebody else was using. A staff report too that you was based on somebody else's, and you didn't even ask for the reasons behind it. I found that really disturbing. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the Zoom room, Madam Clerk? With a hand up?
Sorry, Mayor. No, there is no one else in the Zoom room with their hand up.
Okay, then let's resume regular order, Madam Clerk, and go to the next item on the agenda.
The next item on the agenda is 9T, request for approval of the fiscal year 2026 revised internal audit plan. And here to speak is Deputy City Manager Andrea Phillips, and I will promote Hallie Garcia with Baker Tilly.
Thank you. We'll wait for Ms. Phillips to make it. You there?
Hello.
Hang on
Thank
a
you for
sec.
having me.
Just hang on a sec. Thank you for being here. Are you going to be using a slide deck or?
Mr. Mayor, there are some slides that are in the packet, and I was just asking our clerk if we could show those on the screen for you or allow Ms. Garcia to share her screen.
Ms. Garcia is a panelist, so she should be able to share, but I'm happy to find them and bring them up if she cannot.
I can share. One moment. Okay. Can you all see the slide deck?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the governing body. I'm happy to kind of go over what the revised plan includes as compared to the original adopted fiscal year internal audit plan for 2026, or go right into questions, or
Why don't
however
you
you'd
give
like
us
to
a
proceed.
sense of what the proposal is, and then I'll turn it over to Counselor Michael Garcia, who pulled it off of consent.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good evening. So one of the areas under my purview is working with the audit committee. The audit committee is comprised of 5 very well-qualified members. We're very lucky to have them. They are CPAs, lawyers, people who have worked in auditing and financial accounting for many years. We met with them last Thursday at their audit committee meeting and presented some revisions to the previously adopted 2026 plan, which included $190,000 worth of projects. This year's budget only included $150,000 worth of resources within the city manager's budget. So we already knew that we needed to hone that scope of work a little bit. Since the time that that was originally adopted by the audit committee, we have also had some changing circumstances in that the cash management and the grants management we feel are on kind of a good track right now. And with a new grants manager in the finance department who is really getting her feet under her and developing some internal protocols around how we manage our grants process, we felt like that could be put on hold for a little bit. We also thought that the cash management project has also had a lot of headway, and so we felt like some more time needed to progress before we took that on again. So what we have kept in here, and we'll kind of quickly go over the slides here, I'll turn it over to Haley, is to keep the HR recruitment process review, keep the risk management office review and process review, but we also wanted to dig further into procurement. Procurement is an area that we have looked at in prior audits, and we've done a lot of work. Our staff should be commended within the finance department for taking steps to implement OpenGov. That's in process right now. That will help us from a technology piece. We've also done more trainings. We've offered more information to the purchasing departments, but we wanted to really take a look at a system-wide maybe 30,000-foot view of our procurement practices in our system to really determine whether there's some more efficiencies that we could find there. As you know, we adopted the state procurement code many years ago, and while that may be the best thing that we could do for our local government, we want to take a look at that and just make sure that that is truly the best practice. And then within that, are there some things that we can do to achieve more efficiencies throughout the organization without sacrificing internal control? So it really is a balance. We want to ensure that we have those internal controls in place. We don't want to throw those out, but is there a way to do this faster with less frustration for the public and for our internal players here? So that's really where we're coming from. We did hone it down to a proposed $150,000 plan, and we brought it to, as I said, audit committee. They approved it, and then we also took it to the finance committee on Monday, and they approved it as well. But I'm happy to answer any questions that you have, Councilor Garcia, or other members of the governing body, and we also have a few slides we can go over as well.
Thank you. That's a great overview. Counselor Garcia, you had pulled this, so let me turn to you to ask questions.
Sure. And so maybe what might be easy if whoever's controlling the slide deck can go to the slide that says fiscal year 2026 original versus revised internal audit plan. Perfect, that one. And so I pulled this because we pulled off what I felt were 2 of our biggest priorities. And I'm basing that off of they were current findings in our fiscal year 2024 audit. And so I come from a world that we cannot be confident and comfortable that we're on track until the finding is no longer a finding. Now, grants management, there was 3 findings. 2024-004, 2024-005, 2024-006. So it's not just 1 finding, it's 3. And so I'm quite concerned that we feel confident enough that we're not willing to invest in an internal audit to ensure that we are sufficiently standing up the processes needed to ensure for success and ultimately ensure that this is not a finding next year. Now, when it gets to cash balances, another audit finding. This was so significant that in 2022, it required the state auditor to intervene. I don't feel confident and comfortable that we're in a good space with that either. I know we're proposing to implement Questica, but until it's implemented and everything is in cruise control, I believe we need to ensure that we are providing enough eyes on the process to ensure success. Now, if the 2 items that were removed weren't audit findings, I would be a little more comfortable with the change. But given that these 2 items were current audit findings, I don't know how I can support the proposed changes. Now, I know you mentioned you want us to begin to look in it, procurement, because we're also implementing a new procurement program. I think that's great, but I think we need to focus on the priorities at hand, especially looking at our most recent audit. And if we look at our audit and how many times these findings were repeated findings, I think the justification is there to not remove them. And so, Mr. City Manager, based off of your experience, why would we make such a decision to not provide the tools necessary to ensure that these, in some instances, material weaknesses, which are the highest instance of a finding, that we're not doing everything we can to ensure success?
Mr. Mayor, councilors, because I think we believe firmly that we'd be wasting the money to do an internal audit on something that we think we've already addressed. And we believe that in the future, we're not going to have those kinds of issues. This is an internal audit as opposed to just a financial auditor. Look, the findings are from the financial audit. And we've had evaluation of grants management. We've had evaluation of cash management. The finance director, who's here and can speak to it, can address what we believe we have done already. And we don't believe we need to spend $90,000 to do that analysis. And we're willing to say that going forward, we believe we're going to clear up those kinds of findings. Meanwhile, we believe that our procurement approach, our recruitment processes, our risk management processes are seriously in need of evaluation and correction. Internal audit can help us with the processes that we're using that are tremendously inefficient and cost the city money every day. And so we believe that's the better use of the funds. And I think we're willing to say, with some confidence maybe, that we're not going to have those findings again in the next year. Or I would actually believe that we should spend some money maybe with the financial auditors to help guide us on how to do better. But perhaps Ms. Oster can address the things that we've already done in those regards.
Sure. Happy to hear that. But from the seat I sit in, I've been told that in the past through these audits that these findings are going to be fixed and we won't have them again. not by you, but in the past, and I think this is where I firmly believe until the actual audit clears that, it's not that I don't believe you, but the proof is in the pudding, and the pudding is in the actual audit report, and that has not been completed yet. And so I guess help sway me that these are completed, because what happens in the instance that if any of these findings are repeated again, when we had the opportunity to invest in ensuring that they didn't repeat? What accountability is at play?
I don't object to the idea that you would want to spend money. I can't in good conscience tell you that it's worth $90,000 to do an internal audit of those two functions, given where we are today. If we wanted to invest less than that, I think it would be all we would need in order to give some assurances from a third party that we've done what we need to do and are capable of doing it. We don't need $90,000 to do that. Yeah, I think the proof is in the pudding. I think the proof is in the next audit coming out and realizing that we didn't have that repeated audit, or that repeated audit finding yet again. And if we needed somebody to take a look to say that we have taken the steps that we need in order to avoid it, we don't need to spend $90,000 to do that. That's my.
Okay. And then, so I guess question to Director Oster is, given the findings that I mentioned, and I'll just kind of go off of, I'm just going to pick one at random, 2024-05, which is equipment, rural property management. And the proposed outcome, this was having to do with airport equipment. What have we done to ensure that doesn't happen again? Has that finding been corrected? And what systems, policies, procedures, practices have been in place to ensure that it is not in place again? Because this was a repeat of finding from the year prior, which allowed us to set up those systems, policies, practices, procedures, and still yet it repeated.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the governing body. Thank you, Councilor Michael Garcia, for the question, and thank you, City Manager, for the opportunity to address our progress on clearing our findings from the FY24 audit. So 2024-005 had to do with the equipment inventory at the airport. And one of the requirements of uniform guidance is that we keep track of what the funding source was when a piece of equipment was purchased. And in 2022 and 2021 and 2022, we had some turnover in key positions at the airport, and the records were not very good from that prior period at the airport. So we had a hard time piecing that together, those old records about what was the funding source that was used for that older equipment that the airport still owned and was using. So we've done a lot of research on that. We've done a lot of work. We hired a vendor called TSC CPAs out of Washington, D.C. that we learned about through our Federal Transit Administration contacts. They actually brought TSC in at their expense to help us with the transit program. And we were so impressed with their work that we hired them through the airport to do a contract to help the airport address this finding, as well as the other three federal findings that affect the airport. So we recognized that we needed more bandwidth and more support for the airport. We also created a grant administrator position at the airport because we have so much grant funding that's running through the airport. That position was filled in June. We have Paulette Ortiz, who's great. She's doing a wonderful job, and really happy to have her in the airport. I'm just looking here at our corrective action. Let's see, what else did we say we were going to do? We said we were going to hire a vendor. We did that. They have assisted the airport in developing and documenting policies and standard operating procedures related to equipment management. Those things were completed with the help of TSC CPAs. They also provided a 2-day uniform guidance grant management training here in Santa Fe. And that was attended by, I believe it was over 35 city staff members. Most of them participated virtually. And then the other piece of the corrective action is creating the grant accountant position, which we did, and it's filled. I think we've completed what we said we were going to do in response to this finding. Now, as to whether it's going to be resolved, I don't know that until the auditors make their final decision. They're doing their test work right now. But from my perspective, looking back at what we said about this issue in December of 2024, I believe that we've done what we said we were going to do.
Okay. All I can rely on is on the word that you're given. Now, if we miss this opportunity to really invest in building up these systems, I'm going to be deeply disappointed and frustrated, because these are findings that are at the highest level, that have been going on for not one, not for two, but for many years. And I want to ensure that we're setting up Director Oster and her team for all the success possible. And if you're saying, Deputy City Manager, that we're doing that, then I'm going to rely on that word. So with that, no other questions.
Thank you, Counselor. I believe you had your hand up, Counselor Castro.
I did. Thank you so much, Mayor, and thank you, Director Oster. Thank you, City Manager, Deputy City Manager. There were, some of my questions were asked. The asset management piece was a big concern of mine. And also in looking at the presentation, I have some questions about policy and procedure support. And if we could talk a little bit about some of the research we've done in the past and how we're utilizing that now.
Might turn it over to Haley Garcia, who can give us a little bit more background on that. I know as we have policies like our month-end close, things like that, we're sending it to them to review, and then they're giving us recommendations. But Haley, I don't know if you want to speak to the ongoing policy and procedure support and some of the items that you have engaged in the past.
Yes, thank you. So we've been working with the city in the last fiscal year. This was an area or a project that we had started. We only utilized a small portion of the budget last year. It's used on an as-needed basis by the city. Last year, we helped in developing the first draft of the vendor management policies and procedures, and in providing feedback and recommendations on the updates that the procurement function was making to the procurement policies and procedures. This is one where we use it if it is needed, given that many of the city policies might not be current. They typically have a lot of opportunities for improvement. Sometimes there's external audit findings that refer to policies and procedures. It's an opportunity for the city, as those needs come up, to have an objective, independent lens to provide input on best practices to help in the process of making progress in some of those areas that need to be improved.
And so that did confirm, thank you so much, Ms. Garcia. That did confirm that we have been looking at procurement and those procedures specifically. This is not the first time we're looking at procurement. Is that correct?
Did a procurement operational review, and those recommendations were presented to us this past spring. And one of the things that I'm doing, just to maybe go back to Councilor Garcia's point earlier, is I'm trying to track all of these findings or recommendations that have come up through the internal audit prior projects, and work with staff to see what the status is of each one of those items, to see where we still need movement and what has been accomplished. So that would be part of the ongoing policy and procedure support. The procurement review that we did, as I mentioned earlier, really looked at our current system and where we can find efficiencies within our current system. Some of the recommendations that we already are implementing out of that are the software update to OpenGov, more training, more SOPs, things like that. But again, it's looking at our current system and not where are there best practices out there that we could look at, and maybe make some amendments so that we can find greater efficiencies.
Perfect. And so what I'm trying to sort of get across is that this is building on work that we've been doing in the past. We do have some serious concerns, but what I'm hearing is that our current internal audit is being processed, and we're going to be getting some more information that is more updated before this is implemented, correct?
Yeah, so what we're asking tonight is for approval of our revised plan. And again, part of that is because we just didn't have the money budgeted that we had hoped that we had. So I guess I would put it back on the governing body. If you would like us to engage in the cash balances and the grants management review or some other review per Councilor Garcia's, point earlier, we're happy to entertain that. And, we can certainly, if there's additional funds that you're willing to authorize, we could certainly do that. Or if you feel like one of these projects should be replaced, again, we're bringing a recommendation to you all, so.
Sure. And I want to err on the side of being a little positive and hoping that we're going to get a clean bill of health when we get this new information. But just in case, I do want to point out that, the cash balances are a big deal and the asset management is also a big deal. We should know what assets we have in the city of Santa Fe. But with that, I will cede the floor. No further questions.
Thank you. Other questions? Director Oster, while you're here, can I ask you a couple questions? Because I appreciate your spending your time with us tonight, and I know I don't want to waste the opportunity to get an update. So you mentioned there is some work underway right now in the preparation of the audit. Could you, for the benefit of everybody, just highlight where we are in the audit process right now?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the question. So we had the entrance conference in mid-August for the FY25 audit. The audit is underway, and I am very happy to report to you all that we turned over our final trial balance today to Carr Riggs Ingram. So that's a big milestone in the audit. I want to give a real big shout out to Matt Bonifer, our accounting officer, and Josie Bolden, our controller, for getting that done. This is very early. We're a large, complex entity, and to have everything wrapped up and tied down, including things like accrual entries to adjust our pension liabilities, where we're dependent on PARA and retiree healthcare for information to get those things done. That it's a big milestone, and I feel great. I would put us up against any other entity. I mean, I don't want to get too, ahead of myself here, but we're in very good shape with the FY25 audit. We've turned over our final trial balance, and I think it's the cleanest trial balance we've ever had.
And so the obviously the $24 question is, how does it look for meeting our required submittal date?
So, Mr. Mayor, I think the factors that are within the city's control are under control. We are doing everything in our power to meet the December 15th deadline to submit this audit to the Office of the State Auditor. And I want to share with the governing body that there's a delay at the federal level with what we refer to as the compliance supplement. We discussed this in the audit committee meeting last week. It also came up during our entrance conference. And I learned that just earlier this week, the state auditor's office issued a revision to their deadlines to push back some of the earlier deadlines that were in October due to the fact that the federal government has not released the final version of that compliance supplement yet. There is a draft, and our auditors are working with that. They're proceeding with their audit, but they did advise us that they will not be able to issue the report until the final version of that compliance supplement has been issued. And this affects any entity that's subject to the Federal Single Audit Act. As I mentioned, the state auditor already acted earlier this week to push back some of their deadlines in recognition of the fact that no one will be able to finish their federal single audits until the final version of the compliance supplement is released. So, that's not within our control. We're monitoring that issue closely and talking about it weekly. I expect it to be resolved well before December, because if it doesn't get resolved by then, it's going to have a dramatic waterfall effect. So, in that regard, we're kind of fortunate that our audit is due on the last of the state auditor's deadlines, December 15th. Some of the earlier deadlines, for example, for hospitals and it was mutual domestic water consumers associations, if they are subject to the Federal Single Audit Act, their reports potentially might have been late due to this issue, but the state auditor recognized that and extended their deadlines to address that concern. State agencies are due on November 1st, which is coming up, 6 weeks from now. And that one could start to get tight if this issue with the compliance supplement dragged on. The other thing that I wanted to share is that we did ask CRI, to consider and to convey to the state auditor's office that there is workload compression happening with these deadlines being moved. So, with the earlier deadlines being moved later, but the later deadlines not being moved, there's compression on their workloads, and they were aware of that. So in my opinion, this is absolutely up to the state auditor's office, but in my opinion, that if they move any of the other deadlines later, they have to move all of them, because otherwise there's just not enough time to do all the work. So
insofar as there are factors that we control, your good news tonight is that we are, if not ahead of schedule, on schedule, and meeting all the deadlines that have been set to get the work product moving forward.
Mr. Mayor, yes, that is correct. We're meeting all of the deadlines that we've agreed to with Carr Riggs Ingram. And I feel that we're in a very good position, even with this issue with the compliance supplement, to meet the December 15th deadline for submitting the audit. So
Thank you. I thought since we were talking about some of the audit findings from the past, it would be useful to get an update on how we're doing with the preparation this year. And congratulations for submitting today. That's a terrific achievement. Thank you.
Mayor?
Counselor?
I just want to spend a little bit of time, especially since we have Director Oster. Can you characterize for us what this external financial audit is about? And I'd like to put that in juxtaposition to what internal audits do. I think this is maybe a teachable moment for the broader public about how these things interface or don't, and how they have different roles.
absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councilors. Councilor Romero-Worth, thank you for the question. So the external financial audit is concerned with three things. Financial statements, are they fairly stated in accordance with US GAAP, which is generally accepted governmental accounting standards, which are promulgated by the Governmental Accounting Standards Board. A lot of acronyms there, could be, but one of the things that the auditors are looking at is, in their opinion, are our financial statements fairly stated in all material respects in accordance with US GAAP, which is the standards that we're required to follow for financial reporting.
Let me stop you right there. And our audits are at what level?
Madam Chair and members of the governing body.
We have the highest.
Yes, so we've received an unmodified opinion on our financial statement audits for all of the 4 years that I've been involved in. FY 21, 22, 23, and 24 have all been an unmodified, also referred to as a clean opinion on the financial statement audit. And that is the best opinion that you can get. The other two reports that are included under one cover in our financial audit report are an evaluation of our internal controls and the federal single audit. So the internal control evaluation looks at Does our control environment reasonably, can it be relied on to prevent and detect material misstatement of the financial statements? And then the federal single audit is concerned with compliance with federal grant requirements. So I think at a high level, the external audit is really about compliance. Is our financial reporting compliant with generally accepted governmental accounting standards? Are our internal controls reasonable to ensure that they would prevent or detect misstatement to the financial statements? And are we complying with the requirements of our federal grants?
And then if I could, so the internal audit really is internally focused. So that they can look at financial audits, and our audit committee is involved in reviewing our external auditor or helping to select the external audit firm as well as the internal audit contractor, reviewing those audits and reports. And then on the internal audit side, they're really looking at performance, management level audits. They can, do special investigations. There's a whole host of things that are set out within the municipal code, which stems from the charter, which does spell out the need for an audit committee. So really, they have kind of a broad scope of work within the internal audit function. And it does say that we will bring a plan to you that would be anywhere from 1 to 5 years scope of work. And it can be amended, but it does require us to present that and get approval from the audit committee. We take it to finance and the governing body. So, as I stated earlier, if there are amendments that the governing body wishes to see in what's been presented, we're happy to, consider those, and we can go back and get, another quote from our internal auditor if we want to do that. But as I said earlier, we are tracking all of those findings or recommendations that come out of those internal audit project reports. And I'm working with the different departments to see what progress we have made on those. So I will say that some of those do take time because some of those procedures and protocols are built into our system. And so trying to change things midway through does take some time and some retraining and, perhaps additional resources or shifting resources. So that's kind of the difference there between those two functions.
Thank you. I really appreciate the background. And I just thought it would be good to talk about the difference and how these things interplay. And with that, I would move approval of this item.
Second.
Oh, there's a motion and a second. Are there further discussion? Madam Clerk, can you call the roll on the motion?
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Thank you. Thank you both. Appreciate your being here and the clarifying answers. Madam Clerk, can you take us to the next item on the agenda, please?
9X, consideration of resolution number 2025-TBD, sponsored by Counselor Carol Romero Worth, Counselor Jamie Cassett, Counselor Pilar Faulkner, and Mayor Weber. Resolution adopting improvements to the budget process for the fiscal year 2026-2027 annual operating budget. And here to speak is Senior Advisor and Public Engagement Coordinator Rod Gould.
Before you start, I heard in my last item that we took up, let's have a motion and then we'll get a presentation questions. I know there's an amendment, but let's at least get a motion on the floor.
To approve. Second.
There's a motion and there's a second, and we know there are questions as well as an amendment to discuss. But Mr. Gould, given the fact that not everybody has followed this as closely as the different committees that have taken it up, and we're at the point now where we will presumably be taking a vote. If there is an overview you'd like to provide of what this is designed to achieve and how it addresses needs that would make the government run better, I think you should take the floor and give us an overview.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, staff is heartened that there's been strong support amongst the councilors to move our budget from its current format to a performance-based budget and to involve the council early in the development of the next year's budget, including speaking with the community and setting clear priorities for the coming year's budget, and to use the budget rather than just a spending document, to use it for performance management, to clearly indicate the levels of service that each department can provide given its allocation, and then to report periodically, quarterly, to this body about our status against goals, objectives, and performance indicators for each and every department in the city. We think this will give the council and community a much better understanding of the breadth and depth of the services provided by city staff. It will also make clear what we're not able to do given current levels of funding. We think that moving to a performance budget will make your decisions clearer. It will clarify the trade-offs that you will be faced. I must caution that they won't make your decisions any easier. And there are some storm clouds that are appearing on the budget horizon that make us expect that the next year's budget will maybe be more difficult than others that you have adopted in recent years. That said, we are eager to have your direction on how you'd like to change this budget, the way the format of the budget itself, and most importantly, how the budget is used to control and improve our performance as a city. Is that a sufficient summary?
Did you have an amendment you wanted to introduce, Counselor?
I did. Thank you. So I have Amendment B sponsored by myself and Counselor Faulkner. Is that still, and Counselor Faulkner's on there as well. It is in your emails. Xavier should have sent it to you. And Amendment B assumes the continued adoption of Amendment A. And I really want to thank the conversations that I've had with colleagues in both quality of life and finance for this proposal. So if you scroll along, I'm in the red line. Page 3, line 1, it adds a whereas the governing body wishes to engage the community in early budgeting discussions, which will help inform the setting of goals and priorities for the 2026-2027 fiscal year budget. And so just adds a whereas clause. And then if you go to page 4, beginning at the top, we had a conversation about this in quality of life of how do we characterize what we're trying to do. As opposed to saying town hall, rather say hold community roundtable discussions where residents and businesses can participate in a city budgeting exercise, including determining trade-offs and prioritizations necessary to provide recommendations and feedbacks on priorities for the coming year's budget, fiscal year 2026-2027. Then in the next bullet, hold a day-long special governing body meeting to set mid-range goals and one-year priorities. And then I put in based on constituent feedback from the community roundtables and other constituent communications to governing body members. And I wanted to put this in for a couple reasons. One, as I've discussed, one of the challenges that we have with the roundtables is that it's not a representative sample of the population. This is a self-selecting group. They will be individuals that are more active. They may have specific issues that they are really passionate about, that they are pressing. And so I wanted to leave open the opportunity for if we work on other type of communications that may come forward to us, whether that's through digital surveys or something else, as well as, recognize the fact that our constituents are in contact with us constantly. And so the priorities and desires that I know that my constituents would want to consider, I already have a bank there. And so it's really how do I balance both the information that is coming in through, constituent complaints, emails, phone calls, meetings, as well as leave it open for other types of community engagement, as well as those community roundtable discussions. So that would be added in there. And then page 4, line 20,
governing body adopts a resolution establishing mid-range policy goals and one-year policy priorities based on the special meeting of the governing body and feedback from the community roundtable discussion. So again, how do we take all of that information that we'll be discussing and actually put it in a formal document, so it both gives us the understanding and it's very clearly stated what those are, as well as, of course, our legislative process once again provides a check for the community to take a look at. Once we've collected all these things, this is what has come out, and to be able to provide us feedback through our regular process. Page 5, line 9. This is mostly just a kind of not so technical, but wordsmithing. Hold joint hearings of the Finance Committee and governing body to review the proposed budget. Because right now it says departmental budget requests, but I just want to make it very clear, this is a proposed budget and it'll go through budget hearings for approval, including trade-offs and choices made in the budget proposal development process. Again, I was just trying to wordsmith there. And then the next bullet, Finance Committee considers the proposed budget at a meeting of the Finance Committee and provides a recommendation to the governing body, just giving the opportunity for that to be set during a Finance Committee meeting, whether that's a regular meeting, a special meeting, Finance Committee meeting scheduled to the end of budget hearings. But wanting that to have the vetting opportunity at the Finance Committee and not, kind of stuffed into the end. And those are all the changes. So with that, I would like to move Amendment B.
Second.
There's a motion and there is a second for the amendment that we've just walked through. Let me open the floor for comment or questions. If Councilor Cassidy, I assume you'll entertain questions about this, and Mr. Gould, if people want to know how you view this fitting in, perhaps they'll have a question for you as well. But
Certainly.
I'll look for anyone who wants to speak to the amendment. Okay, there's a motion and there's a second, and there is no discussion. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll on the amendment to the main motion?
Counselor Romero Worth.
Yes.
Counselor Cassett.
Yes.
Counselor Castro.
Yes.
Counselor Chavez. Counselor Faulkner.
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Lindell. Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
We now have a main motion as amended on the floor. Is there discussion of the main motion as amended? Madam Clerk, do you want to call the roll on the main motion as amended?
Counselor Lindell. Counselor Romero Worth.
Yes.
Counselor Cassett.
Yes.
Counselor Castro.
Yes.
Counselor Chavez.
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner.
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia.
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gould. Appreciate your hard work on bringing this forward and your experience that is embedded in it. And congratulations to the governing body on a major improvement in our budget process.
On
Thank you.
behalf of staff, I thank Mayor and the councilors for all the time spent on this. We've gone through several iterations, and this gives clear direction to the staff on what you expect in the current budget year as far as oversight and compliance, and how you expect to change the budget process and use in the coming year. Thank you very much for the time spent.
Thank you.
I think it'll be a step forward. Thank you.
So, Madam Clerk, will you take us to the next item on the agenda, please?
The next item is action items discussion agenda 10A, request for approval of an airline service agreement with American Airlines for air service to Los Angeles International Airport through October 24th, 2026, in exchange for the city making direct payments not to exceed $1,800,000 to compensate for revenue shortfalls from underfilled flights, using in part New Mexico Rural Air Service Enhancement Grant SAF-26-01 and waiving fees estimated at a value of $142,387.
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion, there's a second. Is there discussion of this item? Madam Clerk, do you want to call the roll?
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I should have said this before you voted, not after. I just wanted to make sure it was clear, because I don't know that the staff report had made it that clear. That when it talks about the $1.8 million in the item that you just approved, that is, what that means is that if in fact the airline did not generate $1.8 million minimum, then the city would be guaranteeing a payment up to that level. However, the calculation on that, they could run a 40% load factor and they'd make the $1.8 million. So I don't want people to think that we're buying a $1.8 million worth of airfare, because certainly we're not doing that.
Thank you, sir. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Item 11, matters from the city manager.
I have nothing to report right now.
Madam Clerk, the next item then, please.
Item 12, matters from the city attorney.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the governing body. I did want to publicly congratulate Catherine Garcia Gallegos for her recognition by New Mexico Foundation on Open Government for the Dixon Award. She's been recognized for her efforts getting all the crash reports online for the city of Santa Fe. She's one of 2 government awardees this year. One correction to the press release that I forwarded out, the crash reports were 54.8% of the total request in 2024 rather than 80%. The 80% is for police report or police requests generally. So that includes videos and other evidence in police matters. But we're very proud of her and her team and their efforts to continue to put records online and make them more easily accessible to the public. So please join me in congratulating her. We're very proud of that effort and the recognition that she's receiving. And with that, I also would recommend that we go into executive session pursuant to section 1015(1) of the Open Meetings Act, Part H, Subpart 8, discussion of property disposition, specifically the disposition of parcels at the Midtown property located at 1600 St. Michael's Drive.
Mayor, I would move that we enter into executive session pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, Section 10-15-1H, Subpart 8, for discussion of the purchase, acquisition, or disposal of real property or water rights by the governing body.
Second.
Motion and a second. Is there discussion? Could you call the roll, please?
Counselor Castro. Counselor Chavez. Counselor Faulkner. Counselor Lee Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth.
Yes.
Counselor Cassett. Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Thank you. So we will go into executive session. Counselor Lindell will be zooming in to join us.
I will have to create a meeting for that. It'll take me a little time.
You see what you can do to get her in. She's going to drive back to her residence. So we'll be meeting as soon as we can get organized.
Michael, can I be a panelist, please? I am. Oops.
You're still a panelist.
Could you let Counselor Lindell in? For some reason, I can't promote her.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Need a city manager. Waiting for our snarl. Okay. Counselor Ramirez, do you have a motion for us?
Sure. Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, Section 10-15-1J, I move that the governing body reconvene an open session and state for the record that the matters discussed in the closed session were limited to those specified in the motion for closure.
There's a motion and a second. Is there discussion? Call the roll, please.
Counselor Chavez.
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner.
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Lindell.
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth.
Yes.
Counselor Cassett.
Yes.
Counselor Castro.
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Very good. Thank you. Can you take us then to the next item on the agenda?
Item 14, matters from the city clerk. I have a couple of items for you all. We will be having a living wage community engagement event on the 15th and 16th. Additionally, there is a survey that has been sent out. There are QR codes. We will be doing a marketing blast, I believe tomorrow, to get more people signed up. And so the first one, which is on Monday, the 15th, will include childcare for school-aged children. It'll be at the Southside Library. The Teen Center will be helping us with childcare. The one on Tuesday, the 16th, will be completely remote on Zoom as a webinar. We'll also be participating in Monday, the 22nd. There's an economic development business gathering. We'll be doing some tabling there. Let's see, the next thing are ranked choice voting dates. So not voting dates, but the training that we'll be providing our educational seminars to the public. I wanted to tell everyone the dates of those and the location. We'll be doing marketing and advertising on this. So Monday, September 29th at the Southside Library, October 2nd, Thursday, October 2nd at the Mary Esther Gonzalez Senior Center, Friday, October 3rd at the Lafarge Library, Tuesday, October 7th at the Luisa Senior Center, and Thursday, October 9th at Pasatiempo. We'll be doing those 5 trainings. We'll also be putting information and utility billing coming out in October. And our website will be updated with ranked choice voting information, hopefully by the end of next week. Also, this week, September 11th, Remembrance will be at the Plaza tomorrow at 10 a.m. And then I wanted to give a special shout out to Andrew Baca, who is our interim, I believe it's the transit director. We're having a problem with our Halloween event. It's very popular. And so we are planning to team up with him to do shuttle, like a park and ride between the Santa Fe Place Mall and the GCCC so that we alleviate some of those problems and we can help families go to both events. So he has been very active in wanting to move forward with that and just really excited for his help in our problem solving. I think that is it.
Thank you. Next item.
Item 15, communications from the governing body.
Counselor Lindell, you are remote. If you want to go first, we'll give you a chance to speak your mind on anything you wish to communicate about.
Just like to thank the community for the continuous support that I felt. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Go ahead, Counselor Castro.
Muchas gracias. Quiero tomar la oportunidad para hablar un poco sobre el grito de la independencia. Este sábado 13 a las 2:30 vamos a tener un evento en la plaza acerca del grito de independencia, que sí es para México, pero también por muchos países de Latinoamérica. Nos vemos el sábado 13 a las 2:30.
Thank you. Counselor Chavez.
Thank you. I just wanted to shine light on some news that was released today on about suicide rates from 23 to 24. Our suicide rate as a state has increased by 9%. It's something that we don't talk about enough. It's an uncomfortable topic, but we have many of our community members, especially our youth, that are suffering through this battle, often silently, often not knowing what support, and our statistic is showing it. So I hope that we can do more as a state, and I appreciate everybody's support in trying to do something as a city. So thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Garcia.
Just want to give a shout out to Crystal Lucero and the rest of the Fiesta Council. It was a fun weekend full of events. I also want to give a shout out to the city workers who helped to keep the plaza clean. So thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Faulkner.
Couple of things. This weekend will be my son's 1-year anniversary with his beautiful, amazing wife, who I love to death. And it's also my nephew's birthday. I want to wish him happy birthday. And then we are going to be doing the La Posada again this year on December 11th. We've already started working on it. It's going to be a really awesome event. So I encourage everybody to come because we'll be handing out toys as we did last year and providing some services. And then I do have one thing that I am concerned about. When we go through City Hall, all of the attorney's office is protected. The finance department is protected. The whole City Hall is protected other than this space and that hallway. And so just given the temperature of politics, I would encourage the city to try to get at least some, I mean, they don't have to be uniformed officers, but there has to be some protection in this chambers. There's only one door to get out of here for us. And it's been a concern of mine for a long time. And I'm like, today's event just kind of puts a bigger light on the issue that politics is very divisive and people are turning to violence to resolve things. And so it would be nice if City Hall could be a little safer.
Thank you. Councilor Merrill.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just echo the thanks to all involved in the fiestas over the weekend, and whether it was putting on events or cleaning up after events or planning for events. It was really nice to see that celebration start and finish the way people planned for it. So appreciate everybody involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Cass.
Thank you so much, Mayor. I have been remiss and I forgot that I had been wanting to share what presentations we had at Quality of Life. So I will try to remember to do that, and please remind me if I don't. So at our last meeting on September the 3rd, I believe, we had a Housing New Mexico presentation. And this was discussing some of the state programs around housing, where some potential partnerships for municipalities, organizations or individuals, and how they can work towards home ownership and staying within their homes. And then we also had a presentation by the Santa Fe Police Department, Axon My 90 Community Engagement Tool. This was part of the Axon package that is really doing a great job of collecting information from individuals who have specific calls for service and how their experience was with police, what are some of the concerns that they have. So really generating some very interesting data. So if you're interested in either of those topics, please go back to the YouTube recording of Quality of Life and take a look at those. I also just want to congratulate everyone for wonderful fiestas. It was a wonderful weekend. went off without a hitch. Everybody worked extremely hard, the Fiesta Council, city staff, members of the community who showed up. Pet Parade was fun. The historical hysterical, well, it's not really historical hysterical parade anymore. But the parade on Sunday was a lot of fun. So, I mean, it was really just a wonderful weekend. I also want to remind everyone State Fair is happening right now. So we were there last weekend, bringing the kids on this weekend should be a lot of fun. And then also congratulate Northern Soccer. They just have started their season this week, and it really, I know many of us have worked with Northern, and all the investments going into the MRC, all the incredible work that Scott Hushen has done to promote this program, to bring kids in, to advocate for those fields. And it's just so wonderful to always see a great season off to a great start. And I look forward to seeing many people every single Saturday. We will be there for the entire morning. So looking forward to seeing you all. And then last but not least, I want to wish my mom a very happy birthday. Her birthday was on September 5th and had the wonderful opportunity to celebrate with her, listening to music on the plaza while it rained, eating a Navajo taco. And so I'm not sure how much better a birthday could get. So happy birthday, Mom. Thank you for everything. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Counselor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to bring to light, one of the boards that I sit on, actually one of the committees, as the chair of the NCRTT North Central Regional Transit District's chairman. We have completed a search and executed an agreement and a contract with a new executive director. And so, the NCRTD, those blue buses that go all over the place. We work very closely with Santa Fe Trails. And I think it's a very important part to our community when we're bringing transit services to areas that are in very much of need. But that being said, I'll ask people if they want to, would like to go see a little bit more about this, but there's a press release on the website for the NCRTD. But we want to welcome, the NCRTD Board of Directors is pleased to announce that Nicholas A. Soulful, AICP, is his certification, has been appointed Executive Director effective October 31st of 2025. He will succeed longtime Executive Director Anthony Mortellaro, who is retiring after more than a decade of leadership that helped grow the Blue Buses into what it is today. Mick joins the Blue Bus from the North County Transit District, NCTD, in San Diego, where he most recently served as Director of Strategic Planning. Before his work in California, Nick built his career at Broward County Transit in Florida. He is nationally recognized as one of mass transit's best and brightest 40 under 40 leaders. He is an active member of the American Public Transit Association and the California Transit Association, advancing equity, innovation, and access across the industry. So I think we got a good director, and one that is looking at how we can not only expand services, but make it more efficient and increase our ridership, which basically benefits all our community all the way to the north part of the state and even south. So once again, very proud of that hire. He went through a very vigorous process of vetting and executive search board all the way to the final board, and then the whole process. So I'm really happy for that. I did want to also commend the Fiesta Council and for all the work that they've done over the past year. It takes a long time, a full year, to get this celebration going, and it's ongoing. It continues. The volunteer hours are just tremendous. And also to the city of Santa Fe for all that they do to support that, because definitely you see everyone at the end of the Fiesta celebration and they're tired. They put in a lot of time. And with that, I'd like to close with wishing Crystal Lucero a very happy birthday, which was yesterday. And so she always celebrates during Fiesta time. And so Sometimes it falls exactly on the best of weekend, which is pretty cool, but happy birthday, Crystal. And thank you all.
It's terrific. While we're wishing people happy birthdays, Counselor Romero Worth, your, somebody mentioned something about an upcoming birthday. I don't know. I could be wrong, but
I think it's yours, Mayor.
I think it's yours. We have a lot going on. Just when you think that Fiestas has put a wrap on our season, like they say on late night TV, but wait, there's more. We have this coming up, of course, is the very serious ceremony tomorrow. I hope folks will be there for the 9/11 Remembrance Memorial. Our firefighters, our police, and emergency response individuals put a enormous amount of emotion and seriousness of purpose into this ceremony, and I think it's always very moving. We have coming up on Sunday, Rail Yard Park Conservancy pop-up. Congratulations to the United Church of Santa Fe on their 45th anniversary. They're celebrating as well on Sunday. A Dent conference, which makes La Fonda its home. It's kind of like TED without egomaniacs. It's hard to imagine, but it's true. They do really interesting presentations of people who are putting a dent into the future by their efforts, and Santa Fe has become their go-to place. So that'll be happening this weekend as well. And then coming up, I'm very privileged to be able to invite folks to the celebration on behalf of Councilor Lindell, Maria Sanchez's service celebration, Sunday, the 21st at 2:00 at the Convention Center. Beloved to all of us, Councilor Lindell has been devoting time and energy to making this a true celebration of life, and I really believe it's really a honor to be able to come and bear witness to what a remarkable person Maria was and continues to be an influence for all of us. So there's still a lot going on here in Santa Fe. Thanks to everybody for all the hard work with Fiestas, beautiful and spectacular, fun, and a great celebration of Santa Fe. That's all I got. Thank you.
Item 16A, introduction of legislation. Consideration of bill number 2025-21, adoption of ordinance number 2025-TBD, sponsored by Mayor Alan Weber. A bill amending SFCC 1987, section 28-1.5 living wage ordinance to increase the city's base minimum wage and update the formula for circulating the minimum wage annually.
This is we've already had one work session among ourselves as a governing body. We'll have a ongoing process. You've had several announcements tonight of the community engagement, Monday, Tuesday, the survey that's online. Please encourage everyone to participate, get input, and I hope to see this go through the process, and I hope we can come up with a improvement to our existing living wage ordinance that does reflect the need to adjust so that our Santa Fe residents can stay Santa Fe residents and our workers can live in Santa Fe.
Item 18, public comment on bills. First public comment, no action. 18A, consideration of bill number 2025-17, adoption of ordinance number 2025-TBD, sponsored by Councilor Romero Worth and Councilor Cassett. A bill amending SFCC 1987, section 25-1.8A, to require the city of Santa Fe City to continue to monitor and the naturally occurring fluoride levels in its water system at representative sample locations and to end the requirement to add fluoride to the system.
And this is a public comment opportunity. I don't know if there are people on Zoom who would like to comment on this bill. If there are, or if anyone is here in the chambers who'd like to come forward, now would be the time for that.
I do not see any hands raised in the attendee room.
Okay. And I don't see anybody coming forward to the podium, so there is no comment. Let's move to the next item.
18B, consideration of bill number 2025-19, adoption of ordinance number 2025-TBD, sponsored by Counselor Signe Lindell, a bill establishing a 10-year Plaza Pushcart vendor license for which vendors who have completed 25 consecutive years of vending are eligible to apply.
And this is also a public comment opportunity. If there's anyone either in the Zoom room with a hand up or here in the chambers, now would be the time to come offer your thoughts on this bill.
There are no hands up in the Zoom attendee room.
In that case, let's go to the next item, please.
Item 20, public hearings. 20A, notice of a 30-day public comment period of the Community Development Block Grant, CDBG, Annual Action Plan. And here to speak is Affordable Housing Project Manager, Rocio Gosinda.
First of all, thank you for sticking with us. It's late and you've been a real trooper. This is a public hearing, but I think for the purpose of the public who may not be fully familiar with what this action plan represents, if you could give us an overview and then we'll invite comment, or it's also a chance for counselors to ask questions as well.
Turn your mic on.
Push it. There we go. Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of City. Okay, so this is for CDBG, so Community Development Block. It is a HUD.
Make sure you got to
Bring it close.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Did you catch all that or else? Okay. So the Community Development Block Grant, it is a HUD program that it's one of the two funding sources that the Office of Affordable Housing Division manages. And the annual action plan is a reflection of our anticipated goals for this upcoming new fiscal year. In HUD terms, it is program year 25. So 2025 for them, fiscal year 2026 for us. And the annual action plan actually has been approved and reviewed members of City Council. And we are required to have a second public hearing, which is why I'm here today. And to give you more of a recap around what the annual action plan has and what it's for, it focuses on community impact. So CDBG funds help improve neighborhoods, support affordable housing, create job opportunities, and provide essential services for low and moderate income residents. Key priorities in the plan: increasing affordable housing options, supporting small business development and workforce training, enhancing infrastructure and public facilities, providing social services for vulnerable populations. Now, the reason why public hearing is so critical in this process is because overall, we are committed to transparency and equity, and they definitely adhere to that and recommended that we have the second public hearing. So your voice matters. So if anyone has questions, I can also give you some details as far as the recommended will now have been approved by governing body, the distribution of award, but also the total of our new entitlement funds that we expect to receive sometime in the fall.
Terrific. Thank you. I'm going to open it to anybody who is either on Zoom or here who wants to come speak to this. And if there are none, then I'll ask council members if they want to say anything before we move forward. We do need a motion.
Second.
So I don't know, Madam Clerk, is anyone in the Zoom room with a hand up?
Yes, we have Stephanie Benenato in the Zoom room with her hand up.
Let's go to her then, because I don't see other people lining up for the podium.
You are allowed to speak, Ms. Benenato.
Thank you. Stephanie Benenato. I appreciate that there's a 30-day comment period. And it does seem that people, the community's input could be important in terms of the kinds of funding that these block grants provide. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
No other hands up in the Zoom room.
Comment or questions from the governing body? Yes, Councilor Castro.
Just really briefly, I've mentioned this before, but I would love to see the home repair program include sidewalks and things that we're asking folks to repair on their own. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you so much for staying with us tonight and for all your hard work. I really appreciate it. You're holding a lot of responsibility in your hands and doing a great job. So we're very
Should
grateful.
say this last few couple things, Mr. Mayor. So the time frame that we have right now is September 2nd to October 2nd. That is the 30-day window at this time. We have a new 30-day window since the last time I was here. So for this second announcement of public notice, that's your time frame. And then last date to receive comments will be by September 19th. And the next steps with that is we integrate these comments into the annual action plan for submitting.
Very good. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
We have a motion and we have a second. Could you call the roll?
Counselor Faulkner.
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Lindell.
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth.
Yes.
Counselor Cassett.
Yes.
Counselor Castro.
Yes.
Counselor Chavez.
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item 21, I believe.
Item 21A, appointment of Ethics and Campaign Review Board. Andrew Black, reappointment term ending July 2029. Justin Miller, reappointment term ending July 2029.
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Is there discussion? Could you call the roll, please?
Counselor Lee Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Lindell.
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth.
Yes.
Counselor Cassett.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Yes. Sorry. Counselor Castro.
Yes.
Counselor Chavez.
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner.
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Thank you. And then 21B. Well, hang on one sec before why don't you announce it and then we have a recusal.
Item 21B, Mayor's Committee on Disability. Jamimi Shell, appointment term ending January 2029. Eli Fresquez, reappointment term ending January 2029. Carrie Cottle, appointment term ending January 2029. Robin Garrison, appointment term ending January 2029.
Okay, before we go any further, Counselor Faulkner.
I have to recuse myself. Robin Garrison is my sister.
So we have a recusal. Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Well, okay.
I know.
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a very slow motion. This is a new meaning of slow motion to approve in a very quick second. Is there discussion on these appointments?
Just happy that this is getting us reestablished again. Lots of work to do.
Yes.
Good, thank you. Other comments? Could you call the roll, please?
Counselor Michael Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Lindell.
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth.
Yes.
Counselor Cassett.
Yes.
Counselor Castro.
Yes.
Counselor Chavez.
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia.
Aye.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Thank you. I believe that completes our work for the night, Madam Clerk.
Yes.
Thank you, everybody. We are adjourned. I appreciate everybody's hard work tonight. Thank you.